The Heart Sutra is a very important sutra in Buddhism. So let's start it now. We start by, first of all, we read the sutra first. It's a very short sutra, but it contains a lot of the Buddhist teaching or the Buddhist philosophy in it, the philosophy of emptiness, voidness. So let us put our palms together and let's chant from the very beginning together. Prajna Paramita Hridaya Sutra, the Heart Sutra of perfect wisdom. Avaloki Tesvara Bodhisattva, when practicing the profound Prajna Paramita, perceived that the five skandhas are empty and thereby became free from all suffering. O Saraputra, form is none other than emptiness, emptiness is none other than form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. The same is true with perception, conception, volition, and consciousness. O Saraputra, all dharmas are characterized by dependence upon causation. They are neither created nor do they perish, neither defiled nor immaculate, neither increasing nor decreasing. Therefore, in emptiness there is no form, no perception, no conception, no volition, no consciousness, no eye, ear, nose, tongue, body or mind, no form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or object of mind, no realm of the eyes, up to no realm of consciousness. No ignorance, nor its extinction, up to no old age and death, nor the extinction. There is no suffering, no cause of suffering, no extinction, no path, no wisdom, and also no attainment, because there is no object to be obtained. The Bodhisattvas, through practicing Prajna Paramita, have no obstacles in mind. Having no obstacles, they overcome fear, liberating themselves forever from delusions, ultimately realizing nirvana. All Buddhists of the past, present, and future, relying on Prajna Paramita, attain Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi. Therefore, one should know that Prajna Paramita is the great supernatural mantra, the great, bright, unsurpassed, unequaled mantra, the destroyer of all suffering, the truth. A mantra of Prajna Paramita should therefore be proclaimed. This is the mantra. Gade, Gade, Pragade, Prasam Gade, Bodhi Swaha. Put your palms down. So this is the Heart Sutra or the Hridaya Sutra. The word Hridaya is a Sanskrit word, a classical, ancient, Indian word meaning heart. Hridaya means heart. Now, in this session, what we will do, we want to achieve something. We want to explain the title of the sutra. The title of the sutra is Prajna Paramita Hridaya Sutra, and translated into common English, meaning is the Heart Sutra of Perfect Wisdom. So what's the meaning of Prajna Paramita Hridaya Sutra? That's a Sanskrit word, Sanskrit pronunciation, classical Indian language, spoken at the time of the Buddha. Prajna Paramita Hridaya Sutra in the Chinese language is Bora Paramito Sin Jing. The Buddhist teaching was originally written in Sanskrit, and then for this thousands, 1,600, 1,700 years, many of the sutras were translated by student monks who travel all the way from India, from China to India, and learned philosophy and brought back sutras and set up translation academies to translate all the sutras. Why is this Heart Sutra important in the studies of the Buddhist teaching? Why is it important that we have to study it? The Heart Sutra is the summary of the Diamond Sutra. And the Diamond Sutra is a summary of another longer sutra, the Mahaprajna Paramita Sutra, Great Perfection of Wisdom Sutra, Da Bore Jing, which contains 600 volumes, the last substantial translation of the most venerable Xuan Zhang of the Tang Dynasty of China, circa 640 AD, which is about 1,500 years ago, 1,500 years ago. So Xuan Zhang spent 17 years in India. He traveled from China to India 1,400 years ago, and the trip took 3 years to travel through the Himalayas, through the Silk Road, very dangerous road. Many monks traveled at that time just to study in India, and many of them lost their lives without reaching India. Only a few make it to India. Among the few who make it to India is Xuan Zhang, and he spent the most time in China, 17 years. He didn't know any Indian language. He didn't know Sanskrit, he didn't know Pali, and he didn't understand the culture of India. But then he spent 17 years as a foreign student studying in India in Lalanda Monastery. Lalanda Monastery still exists now. It is called Lalanda University. So Xuan Zhang was among many of the monks who traveled to India to learn the Buddhist teaching 1,400 years ago, and brought back many sutras, because Xuan Zhang, after 17 years, became the teacher of the nation, a very studious student who studied for 17 years and later became the country's national teacher. The king of India made him the national teacher, the national master. But on many requests by Xuan Zhang wanted to bring back sutras to China, because that was his original intention. His original intention was not to become the national teacher of India. His original intention was to bring back sutras to China. So he expressed that to the king, and the king finally granted his request and sent a whole troop back with him. When he first traveled to India, he traveled alone, all by himself. He almost lost his life. He wrote an autobiography about his travel, and his autobiography was translated into 23 languages, and it was also written in English, translated in English. You can always get that. Read about his autobiography, about the whole time about his travel. Now, he brought back a lot of sutras, and one of the many sutras he translated is the Heart Sutra. The Heart Sutra is a summary of the Diamond Sutra, and the Diamond Sutra is a summary of 600 volumes of Mahaprajna Paramita Sutra. He spent 5 years to translate the 600 volumes. So that you study the Heart Sutra, that's like a summary among a summary of Mahaprajna Paramita Sutra. So what's the meaning of Prajna Paramita? Prajna, as I said, is a Sanskrit word. Pra means supreme and unique. Jna is consciousness or understanding. So prajna means supreme and unique understanding, supreme and unique consciousness. So when we talk about supreme and unique consciousness, that is not just of average intelligence of the world, it is about wisdom of the world. Paramita means perfection. Parama also means the other shore. So the person who has arrived on that shore, the other shore, if he follow and study and practice prajna, he would depart from this shore of confusion, this shore of suffering, crossing the ocean and get into that perfect shore, the other shore of enlightenment, the other shore of nirvana, which is free from suffering, free from mental defilements. So this title is very comprehensive. It tells you just follow the Buddha's teaching and you will go into that shore of enlightenment. It doesn't imply anything about faith. You believe in me and you will be blessed. You will have all the blessings. No, you have to study it. You have to understand prajna. What is prajna? We'll research into it. Prajna about yourself, about me, about everything, about the whole universe, the wisdom of the universe. You have to acquire wisdom in order to arrive at that shore. It's not just by blind faith or by one-sided blessings. You have to depend on yourself. You have to cultivate it yourself, not just by dependence on Buddha to bless you. You are the master. You have the Buddha within you. You have to discover that Buddha within you. The Buddha already have discovered the Buddhahood within himself, and he want you to explore it, not just blindly believe in it. So that's prajna paramita. Prajna is not the same as intelligence. Prajna is wisdom. Why didn't Xuanzang, the Chinese monk, translate that as intelligence or wisdom? Why did he want to maintain that word prajna and not translating it? There's a reason for it. Because he can translate it as the perfection of wisdom sutra, but he didn't want to. Because prajna is different from temporal wisdom or temporal worldly intelligence. Prajna is a kind of wisdom that embraces not only worldly wisdom, but it also embraces wisdom beyond this world, beyond wisdom. Because worldly wisdom is not enough. By using worldly wisdom, you may not be able to attain nirvana, enlightenment. Look, there are many people with high wisdom, with high intelligence, very intelligent scientists created many things. One of the many things is atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs. The intention, what is the intention? The intention is to occupy another country, to destroy another country, or to be the master of a scientific technique. So it does not contain an altruistic motive. The perfection of wisdom, which attained in this world and not beyond, just of this world, could be contained in egoistic motive. You could misuse your wisdom. You misuse your wisdom, then it destroy the world. But the prajna wisdom is different. It is an altruistic wisdom, which includes not only of the world, it's beyond the world. It's a wisdom of compassion. It's not wisdom based on a motive of personal pursuit. It's a wisdom of the Bodhisattva, of the Buddha, which is embracing not only of this world, it's beyond the world. So that's the reason why Venerable Xuanzang, when he translated it, he preserved the meaning, prajna, not using wisdom. Because wisdom is too limited. Wisdom is not enough. It's more than wisdom. So you are learning something that is beyond wisdom. It includes wisdom, but it's beyond wisdom. Let's explore more into it. We explained prajna paramita. Now we explain the word hridaya, which is heart. In the ancient days, heart does not mean the physical heart, the flesh and blood heart. It means the mind, not just the heart. So the heart Hridaya has many, many meanings, has many, many perspectives. And we can group all these meanings into 4. The first one is the physical heart. The heart means the physical heart. The second is the sense center consciousness. The third is the ego consciousness heart. The fourth is the store consciousness heart. Here, the sutra does not mean the physical heart. It's easy to understand the physical heart. It's an organ. It's a bodily organ, the central unit of the circulation of the blood. That's not what it means in here. It's easy to understand that if it is just the bodily heart. The second includes more than that. It includes the sense center consciousness. Do you realize that you in your body, in your mind, it contains 6 senses? Your eye, your ear, your nose, your tongue, your body. Your eyes, what did your eyes do? Your sensual organ, your eyes see. Without your eyes, you cannot see. So your consciousness depends on eyes seeing things. When the Buddha's teaching analyze something, it analyzes it in detail. Not just the heart, the mind, no. It goes into minute detail. So first of all, you have to understand what are your senses. Why? Because your senses interact with the outside world. Your senses are important to you. Your senses open the doors of your body to the outside world and open the outside world into your heart. But then your senses also are the culprits of suffering, are the culprits of all your actions, all your speeches. The senses help you, but it also ruins you if you misuse your senses. So that's the reason why the Buddha put particular attention to the study of the senses. Eyes, your senses, and then what's the next? Your ears. Don't belittle all these senses. They make you to become a saint. They push you down to hell. Depends on how you use them. Have you been misusing them? Some people say, no, I haven't been misusing them. They are under my control. My eyes are under my control. My nose, my ears, they're all under my control. If your eyes are under your control, how can you make the mistakes of seeing? What are you seeing? You're seeing things that you shouldn't be seeing. It's not just a matter of seeing those. When you see those things, you're attached, you're addicted to it. Because seeing itself is just a simple, crude consciousness which is manipulated and articulated by the manager behind it. That's just the front end sales. Your ears, your eyes, your nose, those are just the front end salesmen. There is a manager behind it. They control it, they manipulate it, they articulate it, they get you into trouble. If you understand your senses, if you understand your 6th sense, the mano vijnana, you are on your way to be successful in everything you're doing. Because you are able to control your senses. You are able to control your mind. What happens if you are able to control your mind? Let's drop the religious perspective of it. Just understand from the surface. Just understand from the perspective of positive thinking. What do you know if you can put your mind under control of all your senses? What would you do? You're on your way to success. You will be successful in whatever you're doing. But unfortunately, even if you have the wrong motive, you will still be successful if you have concentration. If the 6th mano vijnana is under your control, actually it does not matter whether you are having the right motive or the wrong motive, it steers you to the way to accomplish what you want to accomplish. That's the reason why Hitler was able to kill 6 million Jews, because he set his mind to do that. The wrong motive. He's determined to do it. Not just him, all his followers. But that's set on the wrong motive. So you are the master of yourself, given you have the right motive. Of course, the right motive is absolutely important. If you have the wrong motive, you're still successful, but you're successful in paving your way to hell. You're successful in hurting other people if you have the wrong motive. Whereas if you have the right motive, you're successful in whatever you're doing. Review the autobiography of all those saints. They were successful in setting their mind to do things that they want to do. That's what the Buddha told us. Set your mind to be free from suffering. Set your mind to be emancipated from your mental defilements. Set your mind to be free from your jealousy, your hatred, your violence, your greediness, your disappointment, your depression. So this is just the beginning of a session. This is about your mind, about you yourself. You pave your way to whatever you are doing, whatever you're going. You set your determination on your own destiny. Some people steer it the right way, and some people zigzag a lot of diverted ways. And the Buddha told us not just to believe in what the Buddha is teaching, listen to what the Buddha has to offer you. It's about yourself, about how you can improve your life, how you can get out of suffering. Not just about getting out of suffering all through yourself, how to help others to be emancipated from suffering. That's the Bodhisattva's approach. That's what the Buddha's approach is. Not just for yourself, for all the world, for everybody, for all sentient beings. That's what the Buddha set out to do. That's why the Buddha was born 2,600 years ago in India, the center supposed to of the universe, and spread out what he found. He didn't create all these things. He didn't invent all these things, all this philosophy. He found it. He found a key to look for this treasure where people can enjoy, the treasure that leads you to nirvana. He found a key to it, and he showed you the key, the map. Are you willing to walk your path? I haven't seen any treasures that are more valuable than the Buddha's teaching. You don't believe me? You just research into Google. It's all there. There's a lot more I have to tell you about the Buddha's philosophy, about yourself, about your mind, about how you can get better, how you can improve yourself. And I'll leave it to the next time. So we continue with Prajna Paramita Hridaya Sutra. Strict translation is the Heart Sutra of Perfect Wisdom. We all know that wisdom is extremely important. Even in the ancient times, in the Greek philosophy, philosophy is a Greek word uttered by Greek philosophers many years ago. More than 600 BC ago, even further than, more ancient than the Buddha's time. So what's the definition, what's the meaning of philosophy? Philo means selfless love. Actually, it means selflessness, but then later it also contains and comprises the extra meaning of love. So philosophy is selfless love, and Sophie means wisdom. So very important that we have wisdom, and wisdom is the essence of it, and selfless love is the function of it. In other words, there is the function, the use of it, and the essence of it. Because of your wisdom, you are able to render compassion, render selfless love to all humanities. So actually the word philosophy has a very comprehensive, very encompassing meaning. It means not just philosophy, just some thinking. No, it's wisdom, and this wisdom embraces love. And this love is not only loving yourself, it's not only the one-sided love of looking for wisdom for yourself, it's the wisdom that can render to save not only of yourself, to save all humanities, to enrich and benefit all humanities. So it is selfless love for wisdom. So that's the definition of philosophy. So wisdom is extremely important. And this sutra is looking for selfless wisdom. This selfless wisdom is contained in the mind, in your own mind. But it extends deep inside from your mind to everywhere, universally. So that's Prajna Paramita, Bora, Bolo Mido, Sinjing. So we finished explaining briefly the title. And then we also want to explain the Sanskrit word Prajna Paramita. It contains two broad meaning in there, Prajna and Paramita. So we also examine what's Prajna. Prajna, pra means supreme and unique, jna is consciousness and high understanding. So supreme, unique consciousness, supreme, unique understanding. Paramita has two connotations with it. If we go by the Sanskrit paramita, it means perfection. If we go by the Sanskrit of further splitting para and mita, it's parama and itta. So parama is the other shore, and itta you will arrive in the other shore. So that means if you follow this supreme and unique understanding and consciousness, this wisdom, you will go from this shore of confusion, this shore of suffering and mental afflictions. You will go from this shore of suffering to that shore of nirvana, to that shore of the highest wisdom, to that shore of purity, to that shore of freedom from suffering. So there's the other shore. There's a shore of perfection. So by understanding this sutra, you reveal your internal wisdom. You can teach yourself, show yourself, and practice accordingly, going from this shore of confusion and suffering to that shore of understanding, that shore of perfection, that shore of wisdom, that shore of nirvana, that shore of freedom from suffering. The title of the sutra explains not only of the essence of it, also the functions of it. The function is to going from this shore to that shore. The essence of it, with the wisdom, you can go there. So you need wisdom. You don't need blind faith. It's not, I believe in the Buddha will do everything for me, the Buddha will have blessings to me. It's just faith. Faith is okay. If I believe in God, in Buddha, I will get there. It's not just that. You really have to walk. You really have to go into that ship. You really have to row your boat. You really have to go to take that action of going, to go there. Not just blind, you have a blind faith and you can go there. The faith is in your hands. You got to row the boat. If you don't row that boat, if the oars are not moving, you won't get there. You won't get to Victoria if you don't row your boat. You're just sitting on a boat, you're not rowing there. Believing in the boat is not enough. Believing in paramita is not enough. Believing in God is not enough. Believing in the Buddha is not enough. You have to row the boat. You have to walk the path. You have to practice it accordingly. So that's what we did last time. We explained Prajna Paramita. And then we say, okay, we're rowing that boat. We're taking the Nanaimo ship, the Queen, to Victoria. How do we go there? What kind of boat? What kind of ship? What is in there? How does it carry me? So what exactly? Well, we said that we need paramitas to go to that shore. Paramitas. To go into that shore, getting to perfections. What is this paramita? What is this boat? What is this ship that leads us there? Would the ship lead us to nowhere? Would the ship like Titanic, it would sink in the ocean? What's that ship? I need to understand what that ship is all about, because basically you need that ship to go there. That ship is terribly important. That's the practice. If you perfect this 6 behavior, habituate it so that you arrive at perfection of these 6 behaviors, you're getting there. This is a ship of 6 habituation of perfect behavior. Can you practice perfections to get there? Depends on you, not on God. Depends on you to get there. The first one, dana. Dana paramita is giving or generosity in both material and spiritual sense. Second is sila paramita, or we say morality or ethics or discipline. Third, zanti. These are Sanskrit words. Zanti paramita, patience, tolerance, and endurance. Fourth, virya. Virya is vigor, mental strength, diligence, enthusiasm. Fifth, dhyana. In the Pali word jhana, but in the Sanskrit word is dhyana, which is meditation or concentration. Sixth is prajna paramita, which is perfection of wisdom. So you need these 6 characteristics, the features on this ship taking you to Nanaimo, taking you on shore to Nirvana. This ship contains these 6 practices. So in other words, if you want that ship to steer in the right course without sinking, you need to drive with these 6 perfections. Practice every day in order to have a perfection so that you can get onto that shore where the Buddha landed 2,600 years ago. Freedom from all suffering, freedom from life and death, freedom from samsara. And the Buddha wanted us to follow the same way, to follow these 6 perfections. Maybe we'll spend 5 minutes just to briefly examine all these. Dana is generosity. What does dana include? Material generosity and spiritual generosity. Material generosity is to give. In giving your possessions, giving out. The motive, the final motive of giving is what? Is letting go. Letting go of your attachments. Your attachment to possessions, to material possessions. Everybody is looking for wealth, status, reputation, money, materials, you name them. Giving, the underlying motive is letting go of your attachment to possessions. Your happiness is not in possessions, material. Your happiness is in letting go. But we're just working in the topsy-turvy way. We thought that happiness is acquiring, getting more and more, more and more. But one's happiness is not in getting, it's in giving. When you're giving it all out, you'll find that your life is very simple. You don't need that much. You're confronted with a pompous meal, delicious meal. You have a lot of courses, dishes in front of you. How much you can eat? Maybe one mouthful of one dish and you got all full. You don't need all of that. And when you digested it into your stomach, it all becomes something that you don't want when you vomit it out. You don't need that much, but people just want to get more and more and more and more. So giving out material, letting go in the material sense, and what about in the mere spiritual sense? In the spiritual sense, giving out is giving out your counseling, giving out your advice, giving out your compassion, giving out your loving kindness, not just to your family members, not just to your relatives, to all beings, to all animals. That's why abstain from eating meat, abstain from killing animals for food. You don't need to. You're just inflicting pain to get your own pleasure in eating, in tasting, satisfying your taste buds. You know what did you do in satisfying your taste buds? Actually, you're just satisfying your taste buds, even not in the stomach. Your stomach would accept whatever you're eating, but you just want to satisfy your taste buds, and for that reason, you kill for many, many years since birth. You kill animals for food. You kill them for fur, for leather. You don't need to. So sila, what is sila? Sila is ethics or morality. What is the underlying motive for morality? The underlying motive for morality is to reduce suffering, is to reduce as much as possible or to eliminate unwholesome karma. Why did different individuals encounter different fate? Some people have better health than others. Some people look better than others, and some people have a temperament better than others. Why are people different? Because people have different karma. And most of us have unwholesome karma more than wholesome karma. That's why we suffer. That's why we get fear, jealousy, hatred, all kinds of sicknesses. Why? Because we created unwholesome karma, not of this life, in our previous lives, and we carry the effect of this unwholesome karma down to this life. That's why we are suffering. How come some people have better marriages than the others? Some people have better children than the others? Some people were born in a poor family. Some people were born in a rich family. Do not have to worry about looking for material acquisitions. They don't have to worry about that. When they create unwholesome karma, what's the effect? Induce sufferings upon themselves. So morality, you raise your morality is, you know what is right and what is wrong, then you reduce your unwholesome karma, which reduces your suffering. And if you do further dana, giving out this philosophy of thinking to others, you're helping others to reduce their suffering too. So there's sila, morality standard. So one cannot be on the right path of sainthood, on the right path of perfection of wisdom, without observing a high morality standard. Zanti, if you want to get into that ship of perfection, you can't just stay there for one day and you step back. Or you stay there for a few minutes and you get down on the gangway onto the pier. You don't want to be on there anymore. Because when you get into the ship, you see all these things, all these practices you have to do, you get scared off. You don't want to do any further. You want to walk down the gangway onto your own shore of confusion. You need tolerance, endurances, patience to carry on your practice. You can't just practice for one day and you leave it for 30 days, for 3 years, and then you have suffering, and then that reminds you of practice again, and you practice again. You have to do it like in a habituation, day by day practice. You practice one day of giving, and the other day what do? You practice getting, acquiring, getting more. So you always do things in a different, opposite way. We thought the opposite way is the better way. So you need patience and tolerance to carry on the practice. Next, virya is vigor and mental strength. You need to work hard at it. You practice one day and you leave it aside for a few years, for a few days, and take it on again. If you don't practice every day, you don't have the strength, the mental strength to carry on. You cannot just practice one day or practice half a day. Dhyana, you need to have the concentration. So in other words, you need the meditation to strengthen your willingness, to strengthen your spirituality to carry on. Because you need that to strengthen your internal yearn, your internal desire for getting on that ship, for practicing it, for getting in that shore of nirvana. It's meditation. So that you won't be distracted by it. Because if you don't have the meditation, giving the world of luxuries, the world of alluring your attention, given that everything attracts you, you need that meditation, the concentration to be abstaining from that kind of attraction, to avoid that kind of seduction. You need to avoid that. You need that concentration. And finally, prajna, perfection of wisdom. You need wisdom to practice patience and tolerance. You need wisdom to practice vigor. You need patience to practice meditation. Everything you do in morality, in generosity, you need wisdom as a guide, as a compass to guide you to do the right generosity, to guide you to do the right sila, the ethics. For example, in sila, you'll be coming across someone who practiced meditation and they told you, well, cows have a lot of strength, elephants have a lot of strength, they're all vegan. And why don't we try eating grass and not the staple foods we have. Eating grass could give you a lot of strength, and don't eat anything else, just grass. And you wind up eating grass and wind up get heavily sick and you almost died. You don't have wisdom. You thought that cows have strength because of eating grass. So you need wisdom to guide you. You need wisdom to guide you in your diet, that you have the right diet, you have the right strength to guide you to the practice. You need wisdom, you need prajna. And some people can tell you, okay, well, sila and precept, well, if you fast for a month without eating food, you may be having better concentration and meditation, but you don't know how to fast. You just fast for a month and you almost die in the first 7 days. You almost died. So you need wisdom to guide you. If you're in a country, if your country is being attacked by another country, and the armies are marching ashore, and they are ready to occupy your city, and when they occupy the city, there could be a lot of plundering, a lot of raping, a lot of destruction. They are planning on that, and you know about that. And you say, oh, I can tolerate it. Take the patience and tolerate and endure this kind of attack. I don't want to counterattack because I don't want to use violence against violence. I just sit there and let them go ashore, and maybe I can use non-violence to combat this violence. It all depends. If this troop is marching in and occupy the city, and a lot of people is going to get hurt, you're going to organize a troop to safeguard your city, to make sure that they don't enter the city to plunder, to loot, to rape. So you got to use your wisdom. You may even sacrifice your life to safeguard your city. You use the right prajna, not just endurance, no matter what. Gandhi is using non-violence against violence because he considered the circumstances at that time. The circumstances that other statesmen were in the parliament talking about violence and non-violence, the philosophy of colonizing colony. Should they continue to make colonies of another foreign country? Is it right? Is it equal? Humanity, freedom. So when Gandhi is using non-violent, peaceful means sitting in there against violence, that's a special circumstances. There's a lot of wisdom involved in using non-violence against violence, not just blindly using non-violence against violence. So you need prajna for every one of these. The foundation of that ship is prajna. The foundation of that ship is the structure of the ship. You need to build a good structure, and you need to pay attention to every details of that structure. You need to make sure that all the lifeguard boats are there, enough for everybody, not like in the Titanic where you have a luxury ship and you forget about the sufficiency of the lifeboats. You can only save a few people because you thought that this lifeboat shouldn't be on the ship to obstruct the artistic look of the ship. You only pay attention to the luxuries of the ship. You don't pay attention to the safety and security of the ship. So you need everything on that ship to go to nirvana. Lacking one of these will not work, especially lacking prajna, especially lacking a foundation, the security, the safety. We're talking about prajna, paramita, hiridaya, the third word, hiridaya. And hiridaya, we always refer it to as the heart. So let me tell you, the Heart Sutra is not talking about the physical heart, it's about your mind. In common English, we say, we like to convey our heartfelt condolences to your family, our heartfelt care for your family. Heartfelt is not just heartfelt, it's the mind felt. How can the heart feel anything? The heart only works as a pumping station. Certainly, it won't think for you. It won't create any emotional feeling for you. It's your mind, not your heart. So when they say Hridaya, heart is just a synonym for mind. And how many kinds of mind that we have? What minds that we have? Have you ever understand your own mind? Have you ever tried to understand your own mind? This sutra sets to teach us to understand our mind, to have a better understanding of ourselves, how our mind works. So this sutra is about your own mind. When you fully understand yourself, you understand others. So you're always talking about, hey, do you understand me? You don't understand my feelings. How your feelings comes out. This is the sutra that help you to understand your feeling, your emotions, your mental afflictions, your care, your heartfelt compassion. This is just the beginning. I haven't really finished the title of the sutra. But just the title of the sutra is enough to tell us the importance and the significance of this sutra. Don't look for anywhere else. Don't look for high-sounding, long, voluminous sutras that contains 6,000 words, 7,000 words, 10,000 words. The sutras that can get you the elevation, they get you the supernatural power. Get down to earth. Get onto this ship. Understand the structure of this ship and practice accordingly. Prajna Paramita, the meaning in Prajna is Pra is supreme and unique, Jna is consciousness and understanding, Paramita is perfection. One connotation is perfection. The other connotation is to break Parama and Itta into two words. Parama means the other shore, and Itta is that which has arrived. If you take the second meaning, that means you go from this shore of mental afflictions and suffering and samsara in life and death, crossing the ocean to that shore of perfection, that shore of elimination of all mental afflictions, eliminations of samsara and elimination of life and death. So that's the meaning of Prajna Paramita. And then we further explore into the meaning of paramitas. We have the 6 paramitas: Dana Paramita, Sila Paramita, Zanti Paramita, Viraya Paramita, Dhyana Paramita, and Prajna Paramita. We already have explained 6 paramitas in that ship that we want to get into, using a simile, a ship that contains these 6 courses that you have to take, you have to practice, and before you can reach to the shore of Nirvana. There's 6 courses, and out of these 6 courses, one is the basic, the most important course. You should know, you know about it. It's Prajna. Because Prajna is the foundation of all these, Prajna is the foundation of Dana, Sila, Zanti, Viraya, and Dhyana. So you need wisdom in every course. So today, we'd like to explore more into the word Hridaya, because the name of the sutra, we're still talking on the name of the sutra, the title of the sutra. We haven't gone into the content of the sutras yet. There's a lot more to say on the title. Hridaya, the literal meaning is heart, a human heart. But then, it does not really mean the fleshy heart, it means the mind. If we say, I give you my heartfelt condolences, for example, heartfelt sympathy. Heartfelt is not the fleshy heart, it's the mind. The sympathy is from the mind, not from the heart. The heart is just a simile of the mind. So, Hiridaya means the mind. When we're talking about mind, we have the physical heart, and then we also have the sense center consciousness, the ego consciousness, and the fourth is the store consciousness. When we're talking about a mind, the three broad categories of mind. Each category could be divided, classified into furthermore. The first category of our mentality, of our mind, now why don't we change mind into consciousness? It's the same. Mind and consciousness, in this context, the same. And we use the word consciousness. Now the first mind or consciousness is the sense center consciousness. In the Sanskrit language, it's the mano vijnana. Vijnana means consciousness. Mano means the sixth consciousness. Now, this sense center consciousness, this center contains 6 consciousnesses from 1 to 6. And then there's also the ego consciousness, which is the manas, vijnana, the 7 consciousnesses. The ego consciousness comes with you, brought forward from your previous life. It's an accumulation since beginningless time, long time ago. You've been carrying this ego into the present life. And if you don't get nirvana, enlightenment, complete understanding, you will carry this ego consciousness to your next life. And what is this ego consciousness? We'll talk about it more when we get into the content of the sutra. Next is the store consciousness, which is the 8th consciousness. Remember, the sense center contains 6 consciousnesses. The 7th consciousness is the ego, and the 8th consciousness is alaya vijnana, which is the store. Alaya is the store consciousness, or the seek consciousness. Why is this called a store consciousness? It's the memory. If I give you the simile of a computer, that store consciousness is the memory chips in that computer. What carry your karma from previous life, millions of previous lives to now, through this life and death samsara, is this storage consciousness, this memory that has brought forward, accumulated all this latent energy. Sometimes you call it latent energy, and this latent karma, it brought all your karma to this life. So that is the memory. Irreplaceable. You cannot erase it out. You can erase the memory, you can erase the memory from your computer, but your own internal memory, you can never erase it. Whatever you have done, whatever you have thought, whatever you have spoken will be registered in your consciousness. You can't get away with it. Say that you created bad karma and doing something wrong, you say, I can erase it, I can forget about it. You can forget about it in this life, out of your 6th consciousness, but you'll register your alaya consciousness, your store consciousness will register and bring it forward to your next life. For that reason, that has been brought forward from previous life too. Why are everybody different? Your karma is different from my karma. You are healthier than me. There must be some reasons why you're healthier than me, because you have brought forward all these reasons, all these activities, all these consequences that brought your good health to this life. Whereas if I'm unhealthy, I must have done something to make me unhealthy. There's no action, no speech without cause. You yourself, you create your own destiny. You must be careful of what you are creating in the future, at the present. You must be careful of your mind, your mental thinking. Every, not just action, not just speech, every thought produces energy. So that's the reason why when we're meditating on what? On thought. What are we purifying? Thought. Everything originates from a thought. Every hero of history, they had a dream of reforming a country, a dreaming of sacrificing everything for the benefit of the majority. They have a thought. Every thought is the cause. And the cause will bring forward a consequence. So everything is in that store of consciousnesses. Are you interested in watching your own movie? You got a movie in you. Your life movie. You have a life movie that you have to watch. Every sitting of meditation is a short film. I'm interested in watching my own script more than watching other people's script. Watching a movie, Academy Award movie, I'm watching somebody else's script. Why don't we all watch our own script, modify it, change it, purify it, make it better and better every day? That's the purpose of meditation. The best script writer wins an Academy Award for writing the best script. If you are the best writer of your own script, what do you win? Nirvana. Isn't Nirvana more interesting than an Academy Award you hold in your hand? But people are looking for Academy Awards, not Nirvana, and not cessation of suffering. Why don't we get more into it? We have 8 consciousnesses. We've got to remember all this, because these are your consciousnesses. If you are reading psychology, if you're reading Freud, if you're reading philosophies of Descartes, Thomas Hobbes, if you go back to as far as Heraclitus, Plato, Aristotle, they are talking about consciousness at a superficial level. The Buddhist teaching go deeper into 8 levels of consciousnesses. Let's take a look at the front-end consciousnesses. And let us take a simile of a computer. What are your front-end consciousnesses in a computer? What are the front-end? Your keyboards. Without a keyboard, how can you access anything? So you need a keyboard. That's your front end. Your front end are important because you receive all the information. Your eyes interact with, in the Sanskrit language, is rupa. Rupa means material, forms. Whatever you see, whatever your eyes can see, you interact with them. Unless you don't have eyesight, then you can't interact with your eyes. So your eyes has a consciousness in it, because your eyes are conscious of forms. Every form your eyes witness, that form get absorbed into your eye consciousness. Unless your sense organ is out of order, unless your sense organ is broken. But your sense organ, remember, your eyes, your eyeball, is not the consciousness. It's only the camera. It's only the camera that absorbs the object into the retina, and then it reflects back into your eye consciousness. That's simple biology. Don't recognize your eyeball as your consciousness. It's only the lens. Why do I have to point out that? You will find out later, because, as I said, we get deeper and deeper into it. Not just the eyes, it's the consciousness behind it. So eyes have eyes consciousness. It interact with all forms. Ears interact with sound. Ears have consciousness. Nose interact with smell and fragrances. Tongue interact with taste. And your body interact with touch. If you identify your body as just a touch interaction, we talk about the skin. Your skin touch. Your heart cannot touch. Your liver cannot touch. Your spleen you cannot touch. So when we're talking about body in here, we're talking about the skin, the tactile, touches the tactility, the skin that touches the tactile object. But again, we can also treat it as a conglomeration. The body includes the tongue, the nose, the ears, and the eyes. So our body has the ears, the tongue, the nose, and the eyes. Is that all? No. We have 32 internal organs. We have the heart, the spleen, the lung, you name them. Biology will tell us we have a lot of inside. The inside also have interaction too. What does it interact with? The inside have interactions with whatever you put from the outside. The inside have interaction with the movement, the fluid movement. The inside have interaction with particles. The inside have interaction with the liquid, with water, blood, with everything. So that body there actually is a conglomeration of everything of you. The material of you that interact with the outside world, that interact with the universe, that interact with people. So those 5 are the finance salesmen. They all have consciousnesses. However, there are only certain things that the salesman can do. The salesman only interact with the client, take the order, and put the order through. They do not make the decisions. They do not make decisions on how much inventory should be ordered to satisfy the client's needs. They do not make decisions as to the design of the products. Who make the decisions? Who supervises the salesman? Who supervises the warehouse? Who supervises the accounting crew? Who supervises the auditors? Who supervises the janitorial service within that company? This guy, the mind, your own mind. Your own mind supervises all this. That mind is the manager sitting behind in that cubicle where he manipulates everything, where he controls the salesman, where he makes sure that the warehouse is working, where he makes the decisions, where he or she make the judgment as who you should trust, who you should not trust. All that is in that manager. That manager is called Mano. He's got a name like you and me. You're Lee, you're Bunny, you're Mary, you're Jackson, you got a name. And that guy has a name too. And his name is what? Very interesting name. He's called Mano. Mano is there, and Mano is in you. He's working for you, inside of you. He's also you. He made all the decisions for you. Sometimes you make the wrong decisions. Sometimes you make the right decisions. Sometimes it's walking on standard of morality. Sometimes it's getting out of line. You step out of that line and make troubles for you. Sometimes it's create feeling of jealousy, hatred, disappointment, fear, depression, violence. Do name them. His Mano is doing all these things for you. Who is Mano? You. You yourself. Nobody. From today on, watch your Mano. You know why? Because you got to be responsible for what Mano has done, and what Mano is doing, and what Mano will do. You can't get away. You can't say, I didn't do it, it's Mano who did it. I didn't kill, it's Mano will kill. I didn't lie, it's Mano will lie. You can't get away with it. And Mano is not always bad, you know. Sometimes he's compassionate, he's conscientious, he's hardworking. It depends on how you control it. And the Buddhists tell us, watch your Mano. Mano can lead you to heaven, can pull you down to hell. And Mano has been pulling you in the 6 paths of reincarnation. In one life you are human, in another life you are an animal, in the third life you are down in hell suffering. So that's Mano, the sixth consciousness. So all the six senses of consciousness, what do we call it? The sense center consciousness. So, when the eyes interact with form, when the ears interact with sound, nose interact with smell, tongue with taste, body with touch, and mind with thoughts, organs interact with objects, what is being created? The consciousness is created. Because when the organs interact with outside object, if you didn't pay attention to them, there's no consciousness. So in other words, if Jack is coming into right there, if my eyes see Jack, if my mind is not with my eyes, I don't know that's Jack. I don't know Jack is there. If I'm tasting food, if my mind is not in the food because I have something I worry about, I'm grief-stricken, I don't know the taste of food, I've come across something that is so bad that I'm being led away, I didn't pay attention to what I'm eating, so your taste consciousness is not created. So your consciousness is created when your organs interact with the object and attention is being created. Only when attention is being created, then you have the consciousness. So these things happen at the same time. If your eyes are reading a book, you glance through it, you just glance through the book. You didn't pay attention. Every word, you don't understand what that page is all about because you haven't created eye consciousness. So that's the reason why you have to differentiate between an organ, sense organ, and a sense object. You see, these things we can dig it into detail, but I think it's better to go into detail than just to read through it and give you a lecture of consciousness without you understanding it. I like you to understand. Because if you understand it, I understand. Every time when I talk about these things, I understand more. Some consciousness is more keen, more acute, more sensitive than others. And some are more powerful than the others, your own consciousness. If I can give you an example, if one consciousness have, say, the mark of 1,200 marks, say sometimes we go 100 marks as a full mark. 0 mark is low mark, and 100 is full marks in a course, when you take a course. 100 is of course an A plus, and a 0 fail, right? Something like that. Eyes, if I give it 1,200 marks, the reason why I give 1,200 marks is this is the kind of mark given in the Sutra, and I would like to use it. 1,200. There's a reason for it, which takes time to explain. So say, if we say a full mark will be 1,200 marks, how many marks would eye consciousness be given? How powerful? Not 1,200. You know why? Because when I'm in the dark, I can't see. My eye consciousness is limited. I can't see in the dark. Ears, I can hear in the dark. But then ears, I cannot hear if it's 1 mile away. Nose, for example, the smell that's carried to my nose can only be carried through particles in the air. If there's no particles in the air, the particles can carry into the molecules inside my nose. I can smell it. Tongue only has consciousness when it comes into contact with object. If it doesn't get into my mouth, my tongue consciousness doesn't work. The consciousness would be effective only if it comes into close contact. Body consciousness is the same because it has to come into close contact. But how about mind? How about the mind? How about Mano? Mano is extremely powerful. Mano can remember the past, can project the future, and realize the present. Mano can think about things millions of miles away with no distance restriction. I'm closing my eyes now. My mind starts to think about Hong Kong, about China, about San Francisco. I'm thinking about Obey. I'm thinking about the bridge in San Francisco. I'm thinking about Hawaii. I'm not in Hawaii, but my mind can create images of Hawaii. I'm thinking about Victoria and Nanaimo. I remember Victoria Parliament building. So my mind can create phenomenal things. You know how active, how powerful, how sensitive your mind is? You can make Mano work for you and be very successful in what you're doing. If you're not in control of Mano, it's going to pull you down. When we come to meditation, every sitting of meditation is to understand your Mano, your manager, more and more and more every day until you absolutely, Mano becomes your friend. Manos become you, and you're in full control. Right now, you're not in full control. When I'm living, I have these 6 consciousnesses. When I'm dead, I don't have visual consciousness anymore. I don't have eyes anymore. When I die, I don't have ears and nose and tongue and body. All these things fail. Because when I die, I got nothing of this. So all this consciousness don't stand. When I die, I don't even have the, I don't have the brain. So when I die, what happened to these 6 consciousnesses? No more. And the Mano consciousness, together with all these files that accumulated, all these activities recorded in the file, would shrink into the ego, the archive file, which you already have accumulated through, and shrink into what? Into this manas consciousness, which is the ego consciousness, you, the ego you, the I. Somebody call it, quote unquote, your identity. In some psychologists call it the 8, ID8. And that's your ego. And when you die, even the manas is not there. It shrinks into the alaya, which is your memory. Everything, when we pass, when the body gets out, when the body is not functioning anymore, it shrinks into a alaya consciousness, which is invisible. Can you see a alaya consciousness? You cannot see. Can you see Mama, your manager? You can only see when you noticed him. When you don't notice him, you do not see. You see the magic behind all these things? You saw how wonderful each one of us is. In body and mind, how wonderful, how intricate, how inconceivable, how powerful. Are you going to use this power to get enlightenment? Or you don't care? You don't care about Mano. Mano is yelling out, please give me the nirvana. Please understand me. Please train me. Are you listening? It's alaya vijnana. Okay, I don't know. I've just finished one slide. I planned 7 slides every lecture, and I wound up finishing 1 slide. Okay, next I'm going to give you a riddle of consciousness to end up this session. The 8 brothers come from one embryo. Who are these 8 brothers? And then we say, one is smart and one is obstinate. Who is the smart brother? 8 brothers are the 8 consciousnesses, right? Remember the 8 consciousnesses? All this is from one embryo. They are Mano, eye consciousness, ear, nose, everything. They are just from you. And you are one embryo. You don't have 2 you, 3 you, 4 you, 5 you. You is one, you are one. And these 8 brothers, although they can be differentiated as 8 brothers, it's all from one embryo, from one mom. It's from the mom's embryo. One is smart. Who is that smart brother? Mano. Mano is really smart because he controls all the salesmen. He can dig into old files. He can make budgets and projections for the future. And he's supervising them at the present. He's extremely smart. He's going around the office, very active, very smart, very articulate, very extrovert, and sometimes very introvert. When he gets into jealousy, hatred, he's going introvert. When he wants to interact with the outside world, he's going extrovert. So what is his personality? It depends on your personality. You're extrovert, Mano is extrovert. You're introvert, Mano is introvert. So you structure your own destiny. You write your own script. One is smart and one is obstinate. One is smart, we know that as Mano, that's the sixth consciousness. And one is obstinate. Who is that obstinate? Exactly. You know why he's obstinate? This ego, this manas consciousness. There's another guy in there, and his name is ego, and we call him manas. One is mano, the other is manas. They are the same brothers. They have the same last name. It's just one is mano, the other is manas. And one is manas, the ego obstinate. No, this is my opinion. This is me. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do this. I think this is me. This is mine, and that's yours. Don't intrude into my affairs. He has this ego. He's completely obstinate. He does not listen to advice. He just sees himself as himself. He don't care about any others. The manners of an obstinate, drunken father is, I just want to drink. I don't care about my family. I don't care about my wife. I don't care about my kids. I just care about my bottle of wine. Isn't he obstinate? I care about no one except myself. That's ego. Five are standing at the storefront trading. You know those 5 salesmen. I don't have to tell you who. One just sits inside home doing bookkeeping. Who is that? Who's that guy? Doing bookkeeping. He's just, whatever you gave him, just recorded it and carried it to the next life. He won't say, I don't want to record this. This is good, I record it. This is bad, I don't record it. Good or bad, he recorded it. You think you can get away with bad things to do? Because he recorded it. He's doing all this bookkeeping. He's putting in the debit and the credit. And he's trying to get it balanced. Somehow he couldn't get it balanced because it's a dummy. He's just registering. He's not making decisions. He's just registered. Sometimes the mano and manas give him more credits and debit and just recorded it. Sometimes more debit and credit and he just recorded it. And he's always looking for the balance. Poor guy. He's always looking for the balance. And he's not in balance. That's the reason why he's old and he'll go to the next life. That's all for today. A poem from the Sung dynasty uttered by a Zen master, Hui Kai. When I say uttered, it's uttered after meditation from the heart. In other words, it was not written down, it was not pondered upon, it's just uttered right from the bottom of the heart. I utter in Chinese first. I speak in Chinese first and then I translate it. 春有百花，秋有月. Spring comes with innumerable flowers and plants. The spring comes with innumerable flowers and plants. 夏有凉风，冬有雪. Autumn shines the night with the loveliest moon, and summer has the gentle breeze. Winter gives you the white snow. 任无闲事挂心头. You think each of the 4 seasons has its unique features that give you moments of peace. 便是人间好时节. But I say your best season is when you have no obstacles in your mind. That's the best season. So, my question to you is, when you have no obstacles in your mind, that's supposed to be the best season, not spring, autumn, summer, winter. When you have the best season in you, is not looking at the flowers, looking at the moon, looking at the winter snow. The best season in your mind, where you have peace of mind, is when you have no obstacles in your mind. What are these obstacles? These obstacles, just to summarize it, are your mental afflictions. Mental afflictions. When you have something in your mind, you don't have peace of mind. When you have greediness in your mind, you don't have peace of mind. When you have hatred, when you have jealousy, when you have anxiety, when you have depression, any tinkling of thought, when you have any thought in your mind, as a matter of fact, not just jealousy and hatred, when you have, oh, have I done my shopping for tonight? That's not peace of mind. Oh, where am I going for lunch? That's not peace of mind. It's when you have not a single trace of thought in your mind. When you're clear of all these, that's peace. When you're not polluted, when your mind is not polluted, our mind is 24 multiplied by 60, multiplied by 60, it's every second. Well, not just every second. The thought comes not just second by second by second. It comes fraction of second by second. I can't, how fast, how flashy it is, I don't know. But when you have not a single thought, no trace. So when you have not a single obstacle in your mind, that's the best season. However, we have to learn how to have no obstacles in our mind. If you don't identify these obstacles, how can you get rid of them? You can just say it. Empty talk is nothing. Empty talk does not really help. Some people say talking about it is good enough. Talking about not having it, talking about peacefulness, talking about meditation, talking about coming on a Saturday to do meditation, that's enough. That's not enough. That's just the first step. You really have to know. First of all, you have to identify your problem, my problem, your problem, the mental problem. Identify all these and then find solutions, find methods to resolve these. And then you find a solution to it. That's what we're doing now. We are studying the Heart Sutra. We are trying to identify all these obstacles, finding out where these obstacles are. Why do they come up? Why do I have all this thought come up? Why do I criticize people? Why do I find thoughts about people? Why do I have emotions? Don't you have to identify all these things before you get to that peace, that tranquility, that nirvana, that state where you are free from all these mental afflictions? Some people don't even know about that state. It's not a location. It's not a heaven. If it is a location, it's the wrong place. Heaven is not a location. It's a state of mind. Not even a state. I don't know how to talk about it because you really have to say something to express it. But heaven is not a location, it's not the right place to go. There is a heavenly location, but that's not the right place to go. Because if there's a location, there is phenomena, there's form. Where there is form, there's acquisition. Where there's acquisition, there's no peace of mind. Where there's acquisition, there's no peace of mind. I want to get this, I want to acquire this. I want to be a monk. I want to get nirvana. I want to meditate, I want to do this, I want that. Still, it's not the final answer. You're going to be rid of all these things. But it's easy to talk about it. Let's venture into it. Let's explore more into it. So let's get into the Heart Sutra now. Last time we were talking about the 8 consciousnesses. Where are these mind obstacles? Where do these mental afflictions come from? Your worrying, your depression, everything about your mind. It comes from the consciousness. Remember last time we said we have the 6 organs corresponding to the 6 objects, eyes corresponding to form, visual consciousness is created, ears correspond to sound, auditory consciousness is created, nose correspond or interact with smell, and the 3rd consciousness, the odor consciousness, is created. Tongue interact with taste, the taste consciousness is created. Body interacts with touch, tactile consciousness is created. Mind interacts with all thought, and the mind consciousness, which is the mano, the manager. We talk about the manager, the mind manager is created. Mano, remember the mano? The poor guy, the mano, is always your manager, managing your thoughts, managing everything about you. It's the culprit. But don't blame him. He is what you train him to be, because he can lead you to nirvana. But if you don't train him properly, he'll lead you down to hell. Depends on you. We like mano, because he gives us happiness, he gives us joy, sometimes he gives us worries and fear and anxiety. But we don't forsake him, he's there. And there's just the manas, the ego, who interact all the time with mano manager. And there is this bookkeeper, a liar, who controls everything, who records everything. But he's not making a decision. He just receives everything into his tremendous space of general ledger. His space is immeasurable memory tubes. He record and record and record. And he give and he give and he give. He give out the energy. He's not saying anything, he just receives. And when the time comes when we died out, he just roll into the next body and do the same thing again. He's not making any judgment. He just take everything in. He's like your bank account. You put in the money, he just receive it. You have outlay, he just paid it. He's not making the judgment. We'll talk about that already. Don't think that this is, we'll talk about this. There was a Vinaya master. He listened to his master to talk about a Vinaya book, and he listened to it 21 times. 21 times, every time 3-4 months, 21 times, until he's got all in his mind. When he contemplates, when he meditates, got all in his mind, and he became a Vinaya master later. You wouldn't want his training? Training is just to repeat to mano, your manager. Repeat to your manager. Habituate everything to your manager. Don't do this, do that. Don't do this, do that. You have to get it in your mind all the time. Actually, you should memorize it. Memorize it and memorize the Heart Sutra so that when you're meditating, when you are contemplating, visualizing, it all comes into place in your subconsciousness. And you can stick it to the wall, every day look at it. That is Guan Yin's. That is Guan Yin's method of enlightenment. If you believe in Guan Yin, you believe in Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, you're always in touch with her. If you have that memorized in your heart. It's not difficult to memorize. We chant it in a few minutes. Memorize it. Okay, then the 8 consciousnesses, because in your next sentence, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, using prajna, contemplate that the 5 skandhas are empty. The 5 skandhas are sunyata. The 5 skandhas are void. What are the five skandhas? How are the five skandhas related to this consciousness? How are they related? People have been talking about I, mine, me. I is made up of the five skandhas, the body and mind. What are these five skandhas? Matter, perception, conceptualization, volition, and vijnana. The five skandhas, the first one is matter. In the Sanskrit language is rupa. Remember, we're living in this, we call it the universe, which has approximately 3 levels. This universe is filled with sentient beings, with beings living on this universe. And this universe has a lot of beings. And the Buddha generalized it into 3 categories. Beings in the Kama Dhatu. Dhatu means world with desire. Beings in world without desire, but they still have a form, Rupa Dhatu, which is matter. And then beings that are much higher level, they don't attach to form anymore, but they have the essence that exists. They get rid of desires, they get rid of form, but they still have this consciousness left. In other words, they got rid of all these coarse, outer pollutants, but they get to a level that they only have the consciousness left, which is still polluted consciousness. So we are saying, some people say, oh, poor me, I don't have a form anymore. Because we have form, we're in trouble. They don't have a form, they're not in trouble. So the lowest level, not only do they haven't got rid of the form, they haven't got rid of the desires. That's you and me. What kind of desires we have? Desire for material acquisition, for wealth, for money, for pleasures, for joys, sensual pleasures, you name them. We've got lots of these desires. And because of these desires, we're in the process of, through our mouth, our thought, our actions, we perform a lot of karmic energy created and recorded in Alaya, the bookkeeper. And when we die, we roll with this general ledger, with this karmic energy into the next life. Who determined it? Who determined where they'll go in the next life with the karmic energy? Who determined? God? Is it God? God determined where I go? No. Don't blame God if you've gone into the wrong place. You determine your own, because that's what you did. Everything that you thought, everything that you did, everything that you talk about creates energy, karmic energy. You criticize someone or you wrongly accuse someone, you think you can, okay, after I talk about these wrong accusations, nobody listen. So I'm okay, nobody listen. No, that is a register into the general ledger. There's a liar, the bookkeeper. He recorded everything. You can't get away with it. When the time comes in the next life, that it seats. When you meet the same person that you criticize or you find fault or you hurt, when you meet him, it flashes back to you and it flashes back into the general ledger with all these, and then the seeds are wriggling. It sprouts and you interact with him or her again. So you know this relationship, right? You know this relationship. So Rupa is a matter. We live in a matter world, a lower level world with matter, not just with matter, with desires. Our ears, our eyes, our nose, our tongue, our body, they can only interact with matter. When we say matter, it's not just matter that creates obstruction. So this is obstruction, matter, molecules and protons, electrons. Matter also refers to the sound. Anything that has frequency. So matter also includes the auditory, the frequencies. For example, music is also a matter. When matter is a generalized word, it includes everything that your senses interact to. But the obvious ones are the ones that you see, you listen, you touch. So all these 6 consciousnesses, mind including, interact with matter. So in other words, when we talk about matter, we're talking about all these organs, consciousness, and objects. 6 plus 6 plus 6 is 18. We're living in the 18 realms with these 18 interactions. And matter is just a word that generalizes all these. So when you visualize, when you contemplate on emptiness of the matter, you don't know how to contemplate. How do I visualize matter is empty? Matter is empty. I mean, I got a bell in here. I got board in here, but how empty are they? If you just visualize on the emptiness of matter, you are not getting nowhere because you don't know the breakdown of this. This matter includes the body, the tongue, the nose, the ears, the eyes, the form, the sound, the smell, taste, the touch. It also contains all the consciousness as a result created. So you must think, is my body empty? How empty is my body? My body is made up of a causation of all different causes put together. I got heart, lung, spleen, blood, 32 parts of the body. How does this body make up of? But this body is like a machine, a mechanics that if it goes well, it works good for me. And if it doesn't go well, I will be sick. If it's really gone to almost destructions, I died. So is this me? Is this body really me? Is my heart me? Is my lung, my spleen, my liver, is this me? It's a molecule, it's a flash. Then how come I gotta exist? My mom gave me this body. I came in the mom's embryo, and then I got born. I got growing. Every time I'm growing. So this embryo, who gave my mom this embryo that contains me? Oh, because a man and a woman came together and interact, and the sperm and the ovum fused together, and then that becomes becomes me. So how come they got fused together? Oh, because they have sensual pleasure. They think they like it, and they feel it fuses together, and the chances it may not fuse together, but it fuses together now. And why do they come together? Oh, my mom met my dad, and they got married. And you trace, it's just causations put together. And why do my mom and my dad bear me, give rise to me, and not John's mom and dad? Oh, my mom and dad, they knew me in previous lives. I have unending business with them. I got to come back again to fulfill whatever I have to fulfill, to pay what I have a debt I haven't paid, and to get back money that they owe me. I mean, all these things, I don't know. I'm not supernatural. I can see all these things. There must be a reason. That's matter. That's how you visualize the emptiness of matter. So if I don't tell you the relationship between this, how can I contemplate on the emptiness of the 5 skandhas? I cannot, because I don't know the details. Even this is not detailed enough. The Buddha break it more down, every section, break it down into further detail. It's just you don't want to know about it, and nobody told you. Nobody told you about the Buddha's teaching. And now you know. Somehow because of your previous causes, somehow because I don't know what causes, I don't have supernatural power. You just come to here and you take the Buddha's teaching through my mouth speaking about it. I'm just a medium of exchange. It could be somebody who got you here. I don't know. You know. This is matter, including the body, molecules, elements. And then you say, am I just pick up of the matter? Of just rupa? And let me tell you, the analysis of this is not enough. What make up of my eyes? What are the elements of my eyes? What make up of this body? The body is made up of the 4 elements, we generalize it: molecules, fluidity, temperature, and oxidity, moving. So it's form, fluid, heat, and moving. All these are the elements. I can go on and on and on with the Buddhist teaching, but that's enough. We got this whole body working because of this. And then we say, okay, then we still have the spiritual side of it. Not just the matter. I'm not just making of the matter. I'm also making of perception. Because when I see, my eyes see, my ears sound, listen to sound, all these things would arouse feelings and perception. My eyes perceive them. This perception is not due to materiality, it's due to my consciousness perception. It's nothing to do with matter. So I have perception. When I have perception, I have feeling. I have a pleasurable feeling, non-pleasurable feeling. I have a neutral feeling. And when I have this feeling, I will continue to conceptualize it. I'm going back to the past in the memory. I'm going to analyze what I see. I'm going to pass judgment on it. I'm going to postulate about it. I have a lot of conceptualization about it. And when I have conceptualization about it, I'm making a decisions because of this seats in my consciousness. I'm interacting with them. Then I would determine to have volitional speech and volitional action. I won't just conceptualize it. After you conceptualize it, you do nothing. That's just conceptualization. You are in that stage of the mano and the manas. But you will perform it. With the alaya consciousness, you will have volitional action, volitional speech. You will perform accordingly. And all this performance will get stored back into the general ledger. The general ledger provides you with all this latent energy, and you carry out this. What did you carry out? What volitional actions? Good, bad, or neutral? Killing, lying, sexual misconduct, cursing, double-tonguing, you name them, those are the bad stuff. Sometimes you're compassionate, you're kind, those are the good stuff. All this bad and good stuff all add together will get you a karmic energy, get recorded. What get recorded, you perform it. Some of the performances will get result right away. You broke the law, you'll be punished. You rape, you'll be punished by the government. You steal, you'll be punished by law. And all these are karmic actions that were stored in there. And a lot of complications. And then it gets all stored into the Vijnana again, into the general ledger. And if a criminal, for example, is sentenced to capital punishment, he dies. When he dies, you think that's it? He paid for everything? He's clean? He paid for? Everything is recorded again in his general ledger. And they carry on into the next life. A capital punishment is the punishment to the body and for this life. He could go down to hell, or he will reincarnate into I don't know what, and carry on the next karmic energy. That's why the Buddha said, be awakened now. Awakening to all these consequences and all these happenings, and get away from these. These are nothing but suffering. These are nothing but suffering that you don't know about. Get away from these. That's what every sutra is all about. But how many people would try to know this and would try to have the consistency and the perseverance to get out from this? Not many people. Now you've done the first step. That first step will take you further and further and further. A very important first step. Don't stop. Don't stop and do something else. Carry on. Don't get into the next life again. Don't get into another cycle of suffering again. Get away from this. So I'd explain one slide again, which is good. I explained the 5 skandhas. Remember, if you have just this one slide, you contemplate on it and thinking about it, that will lead you to nirvana. You don't have to get into volumes of books, volumes of videos on YouTube. Some people just look at the cookbook and the recipes. They never get to work. They got a lot of cookbooks at home, pile and pile of stacks, and make lots and lots of photocopies on YouTube about colorful, very colorful. They classified it. Oh, this is bakery, this is a la carte, this is desserts. They never get to work on it. They never get to get their hands dirty. They never go out to buy the flour, the cornstarch, the spice and material. They never go out to just make photocopies. They run the machine every day, making photocopies and shelf them on the shelf. Then you come back again in your next life and do their own suffering. They do the same shelving. I believe in that. I always talk to our cook, Ming, and I said, let's have more variety. Yeah, give me the book. I said, I'm not going to give you any book any further. Look at the book on your shelf right now in the kitchen. It's the same with us. We've been talking about the 5 skandhas. The 5 skandhas is a Sanskrit word for body of mind. What am I made up of? What are you made up of? We are made up of the body and mind. We are the creation of the 5 skandhas. When the 5 skandhas come together, we are created. We exist. When the 5 skandhas do not come together, or the 5 skandhas do not happen at all, we didn't have any existence. We are created by causality, by all these 5 skandhas come together. Then you have we have us. Rupa, Vedana, Samjna, Samskara, and Vijnana. So we know that the body is form or the solidity, which include everything about us, our organs, our senses, our eyes and nose, ears. We know all about that. And Vedana, it's sensations or feelings. We have the 6 organs, the eye, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind, in contact with the 6 sense objects, form, sound, smell, taste, body impressions, and mental objects. And of course, in Vedana, Samjna, Samskara, and Vijnana, it's all mentality, mental. Mental is subjective. Rupa, matter, is objective. The subjective perceives the objective. So when you say something is objective, there's objective that exists. That's matter. It objectively exists. But when we think about it, when we perceive it, we subjectively perceive it. We subjectively think about it, analyze about it. When we see things, when we use our senses to see things, of course, in sensation, we have the 6 organs, right? We use eyes, ears, nose, etc., and etc. The 5 skandhas is only generalizing the body and mind. The Buddha wants us to get into more details by giving us more details in the 18 realms. So it is, the 5 skandhas can be broken down further into the 6 organs, the 6 objects, and the 6 consciousnesses, which is the 18, 3, 6 is 18 realms, because when we visualize the 18 realms, we can visualize body and mind in a much detailed perspective. Before we go back to the detail, which we already covered, let's talk about this generalization. Rupa, we understand it objectively. Everything is rupa. Form, molecules, elements, combinations of protons, electrons. That we know. But how about the subjective? The subjective, our senses, our thinking. When we perceive through our senses, getting sensation, senses lead to sensations. Sensations have we have 3 kinds of sensations: pleasant sensation, unpleasant sensation, and neutral sensations, which cover all sensations. It's either pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. When we perceive, when we use our senses, we perceive through senses. When we perceive through our senses, sometimes you call it, or some scientists call it, empirical. Empirical? So we say empirical evidences. All our senses contact empirically objects. So we also call reality existent as empirical reality. This is an empirical reality. It is different from experiential thinking. Empirical thinking, empirical perception relates to what? Relates to the senses perceiving objectively outer things. When we use our senses, we attach to what we can touch, what we can see, what we can hear, what we can taste. So empirical evidences sometimes could be illusory. Everybody could be a little different in the empirical senses. But we have generally, we agree with each other when we see something red, and unless you're colorblind, which is abnormal, then we say this is red. We hear a traffic honking, then we say, oh, there's honking. When we hear the dog bark, everybody says, oh, there's a hot dog bark. Of course, there are some people who heard the dog's barking as the howling of a wolf. I mean, everybody's a little different. It's all illusory. It depends on how you perceive. So senses are not trustworthy. Generally, senses are right, normally are right. That's the reason why when the scientists perform experiments, those experiments are based on what? Empirical evidences, sense of evidences. So scientists may be wrong, because one theory could be proven in 20 years later to be wrong. A theory 100 years ago could be proven wrong now because the senses they used were not right. Many, many years ago, they thought that philosophers and scientists using telescope thought that this is the only world. We have a boundary. And now we know that it's unlimited because our telescope, the invention of a telescope has become more advanced. We discovered that all these other theories about astronomy, some of these theories were proven wrong. So we cannot just blindly believe that science is all right. I mean, science is flawless. Science is everything, because science is based on empirical evidences. So empirical evidences is watching out. It's not introspective, it's extrospective. Always watching out, that's empirically. Could be wrong. But the Buddha said, we cannot trust our senses. We have to go introspectively to see what we are seeing. The Buddha's teaching is not on what you are seeing, is to research on how you see it. The process of seeing it. Is what you're seeing wrong or right? You see the difference? Right now we just believe in what we see. And the Buddha said, you have to know how you see it. Then you know how right you are and how wrong you are. So that's what we call experiential thinking. Experiential thinking has to be introspective, getting inside your mind to see it. So, in other words, looking at the process of perception, looking at the process of seeing things, listening things, tasting things, is called experiential thinking. You have to turn from empirical thinking to experiential thinking. Otherwise, you will always not get enlightened. And this is exactly what the Buddha is talking about in the 5 skandhas. Other than rupa, you got to know your sensation, your conception, your volition, and your consciousness. And also, empirical thinking is bounded by the 4 dimensions. What are these 4 dimensions? Space and time. Space have what? The length, the breadth, and the width. The 3 dimensions. Space is 3 dimensions. The length, the width, and the breadth, right? How can we without a width, without a length, without a breadth? So we have length, a breadth, and a width. The 4th dimension is what? Time. So we have time and space. We have 4 dimensions. When you're bound by space and time, how do you observe your space and time with? You observe and perceive your space and time with what? With senses. But actually, space and time does not exist. You understand what I mean? Let's talk about time. Let's just talk about time. Space is easy to deal with. Time is more difficult to deal with. Let's deal with the difficult thing first. What is time? Time contains the past, the present, and the future. Time is a product of empirical thinking. Empirically, time, because you look at your watch, you look at yesterday, tomorrow. Time is past, but when you think about it, does the past exist now? The past does not exist. When I look at some of the old photos yesterday, about my own photos when I was young, all of a sudden I didn't have any interest in looking at it. When people look at nostalgic photographs, they say, oh, this is how I look. Oh, this is how nice. This is my mom, my dad. This is my girlfriend, you know, all these things. But when I look at it, all of a sudden I'm looking at awareness. Because time only lives in memory. If you don't have memory, you don't have the past. You forgot about the past. If you don't have memory, do you have a past? If someone is there and he couldn't remember anything, he didn't have a past. Well, how about a future? People say, we have a future. But the future hasn't come yet. How can you say the future exists? The future certainly doesn't exist now, but you say the future exists in tomorrow. But how can something that hasn't come exist? If you say that something hasn't come exist, that's strange. It's not logical. Something that hasn't come actually exists. Then we say, okay, no, then how about the present? We live at the present moment. The present exists. But every minute is ticking. Every existence, you call it existence now, is actually become a past immediately. It takes every second. So how can the present exist? So time is only a product of empirical sensual perception. There's no such thing. There's no time. But we live in empirical existence of time, and we always talk about existence. We've been illusioned by existence. We live in illusion. We don't even know about it. We always talk about, when you talk about the people who always ask you that question, how about existence? What's the beginning? Is there a beginning? Who created? If there's no God, then who creates things? If there's no God, what's the beginning? Beginning and the end only lives in the time. It is only a product of time. You see the problem of having of arguing about existence of the beginning. Even Lao Tzu, a very ancient philosopher in China, at approximately the same time as the Buddha, even Lao Tzu talk about the beginning. You know what he talked about the beginning? If there was a beginning, then there must be a time before that beginning, right? If we assume that yesterday is the beginning, then there must be a day before yesterday. If there was a beginning, then there must be a time before that beginning. And a time before the time which was before the time of that beginning. So you fall into the problem of infinity. You can't have a beginning, because beginning has a beginning, beginning has a beginning. You fall into the argument of infinity. You're contradicting yourself. And then it's for the same reason, if there is existence, we say, okay, that is existence, there must have been non-existence. If you say something exists 100 years ago, suddenly something exists 100 years ago, so there must be something that exists before that 100 years ago. So if there is an existence, there must have been non-existent. Something does not exist before that existence. And if there was a time when nothing existed, then there must have been a time when even nothing did not exist. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, we're talking about something that doesn't mean anything. We're talking about nothing came into existence. We could, one, then really say whether it belongs to the category of existence or non-existence. Even the very words that I have uttered didn't say anything. We said nothing at all. There's no existence. Why do we talk about existence? If we put that into the category of empirical existence, that's all delusion. So don't talk about existence, don't talk about time, don't talk about the four dimensions. They're all living within the empirical thinking, and empirical thinking is not trustworthy. Empirical thinking is out of our unconscious self. Because it worked in our unconscious self, we have been doing everything unconsciously. And the Buddha said, come to a conscious state now. Don't be unconscious. You think when we hate, we consciously hate? Yes, sometimes we consciously hate. We're consciously greedy. We consciously become mad. But most of the time, we are unconsciously getting into anger. We're unconsciously getting into hatred. We're unconsciously getting into greediness. We're unconscious. And we don't even know. We haven't even awakened from the unconsciousness state. That's why we are confused. We're not the Buddha. When we are totally enlightened consciously, we are the Buddha. So today, let us continue with the Heart Sutra, and we are still explaining the 5 skandhas. Why do we have to spend so much time in explaining the 5 skandhas? Because that is the theme of the whole sutra. The 5 skandhas are empty. If you can perceive that the 5 skandhas are empty, then you become free from all suffering. When you perceive the 5 skandhas are empty, the word perceive contains very profound meaning. Not just perceiving it through the language, not just perceiving it through just a superficial understanding of it. Because if you just read a book about emptiness, read a book about 5 skandhas, you can easily understand what it means. It's not a perceived knowledge. There's a difference between perceived knowledge and enlightened knowledge. Perceived knowledge is very superficial. You read a book, you receive certain knowledge, you know certain things, but it's just a perception without deep practice of enlightenment. You really have to go deep into it, which means that it's not just perception, it's grounded in the mind that you have this deep-rooted understanding of emptiness. So that's the reason why we have to go through its meaning in detail. And if you understand the 5 skandhas, then you understand vijnana, you understand consciousness. If you don't understand the 5 skandhas, you wouldn't be able to understand consciousnesses. So there are 8 consciousnesses, and all within the realm of the 18 realms, 6 sense organs, 6 objects, and 6 consciousnesses, which is 3, 6 is 18. So we're all living within the 18 realm of perception, conceptualization, and volition. So that's the reason why we have to spend so much time into it. And if you understand 5 skandhas and the 18 realms, whenever you come across knowledge like Vijnanavadin school about consciousness, you will understand it. Of course, there's a lot more in there that we still have to touch on, but that's the groundwork for leading us to understand more about the Vijnanavadin school. So we still haven't finished the 5 skandhas, but it's worthwhile to go back to it. So this is what it is. Remember we said the manager who control all the salesmen, the eye salesman, the ear the salesman, the nose salesman, the tongue salesman, the body salesman, and then the mano is the manager. When we get to the manager, it becomes the mind now. When we have perception, we have three sensations come out: pleasurable, unpleasurable, and neutral. That's comprehensive. It includes everything. It's either pleasurable, something pleasurable, and something unpleasurable, and something neutral. If it is pleasurable, it becomes an attraction to you. If it is unpleasurable, it becomes a repulsion to you. If it is neutral, it doesn't create anything except that you stay in that mind of being not pleasurable and not unpleasurable, but you still attach to it. You still have an attachment to that neutral feeling. Whether it is an attraction or a repulsion, it is a sensation comes to you. You love the attraction and you reject, you're angry with the repulsion, and we create all these emotions from sensations. You may not realize the three sensations arise. You may not realize it. And if you realize it, you will have controlled it. You won't be led away by the sensation. Like you love something, you love it, and you continue to love it. You won't say, is this love an attachment? And is this kind of love, what is the object of my love? The object of my love is, I don't know, many, many things you love, and you create an emotional feeling about love, and you can't get rid of it. You're emotionally attached to it because you have the sensation about it. You love the attraction so much that you don't know it's wrong or right, or you don't care. You just love it. Loving something because of an attraction, if you continue to do the loving, you're addicted to it. The love becomes an addiction when you habituate it. If the love is just superficial, you don't habituate it, it won't get into an addiction. But if you get into loving and loving and loving, it becomes an addiction to you. You can't get away with it. You could die with it. You could kill with it. You could steal with it. And you don't mind about human dignity because of your addiction to it. You want to be standing in front of a liquor store and begging for $1 or an accumulation of a few dollars, and you go in again to buy another liquor, another bottle of liquor. Your dignities are lost. You don't have human dignity anymore because your love turned into an addiction and you don't know about it. It seems so easy to get rid of the love for bystanders. Here's a wino standing in front of a liquor store. You despised him because he could just eradicate his hobby of drinking, but he just can't because he's addicted to it. You may be laughing at him, but how about you yourself? You could have another kind of addiction to the kind of love that maybe you were addiction to when you were a woman. You love a man so much that you could do anything for him. It does not matter whether he betray you or not. That's perception. You have three kinds of sensations. Many people say love is a many-splendid thing. That's what we have. But it's love that gets us into trouble. It does not mean that you don't have to be compassionate. You can be compassionate to all humans. But there's a difference between compassion and love. And that we already have to differentiate. So, that is perception. And then, the sensation is not enough. When you have that sensation of pleasurable and pleasurable, then it works in your mind that it's not just about sensation. Because the sensation itself is very front end. When certain attraction comes up, if you build up that attraction initially, then you go back to your memory. This thing is so beautiful. And you go back to the same kind of beauty that you love in your memory. You go back to the past, you analyzed about it, you love it so much, you conceptualize it according to your memory, you analyzed it, you love it so much, you add in your opinion about it. Your love is your opinion, is your bias. A wandering dog in a street will love any feces the dog encounter. He loved it so much. When the human look at the dog, it would be disgusting. But the dog loves it so much. So everybody's perception is different. Everybody's conceptualization is different. I still remember a Japanese poem. It says something like this. At the clap of hands, a Japanese poem. At the clap of hands, the waitress come bringing tea. If the waitress listen to the clap of hands, the waitresses come serving tea at the clap of the hands of the master of the house. The flying birds get scared. At the clap of hands, he thought someone is going to shoot. At the clap of hands, the carps and the swimming in the pool is gathering to receive food. So it's the same clapping of hands. How come it could be perceived so differently? Because of the karma. Because of the karma that we have. So we conceptualize, we analyze it, so that goes into conceptualization, including memory, analysis, and judgment, and biases, and etc., and etc. Volition is something deeper, because you link up your conceptualization, your analysis and judgment with your ego, with the director in you, which is the manas, which nana, which is not just the manager, it's the director, is the ego of that company. He ties everything to his ego. I love this, I hate this. This is my personal view. Anything that benefits me, I'll do. Anything that does not benefit me, I won't do. That ego has been carried on from many, many reincarnations, many, many cycles before. It has been brought forward from one form to another, from one body to another, unendingly, up to now. And it's been built up with so much karma with it. That's the ego. Knowing all these things, then you know that it's the ego that gets us into trouble. Are you going to do something about your own ego? It's the ego that brought us suffering. It's the ego that gives us all these mental afflictions of jealousy, hatred, of love. You love your families, you love your son so much. You gave him all the love since baby, and now your son walked away from you. He didn't want to do university, he didn't want to go study, he just went away with his girlfriend, he just ignored you, and you love him so much, he didn't even listen to your phone call. Your heart is broken, you suffer. When you are nurturing, you have been nurturing your son, you are attached to it with so much emotional, egoistic feeling about it. You can't get rid of that feeling. When you analyze the 5 skandhas, you know that my body's form is because of different causes put together, and they're all impermanent. They all come from karmic interreaction. And the Buddha said, don't continue this life. Purify it, and you go into a very blissful environment where you don't have this egoistic feeling anymore, no more conceptualization and perception. You're in pure awareness. That pure awareness is something that you may call it Buddhahood. You may call it the true mind, the real mind. And that awareness may not be important to you right now until you suffer. When you suffer, you think about it. When you don't suffer, you don't think about it. It's just like every moment now, you don't appreciate your present moment. You don't know the importance of your present moment. Until one day, you discover something you discover you're in suffering, and you started to think about, now I'm suffering, I'm suffering now, and I thought of those good moments that I didn't have this kind of suffering. When you are slowly losing something, you start to realize the treasure of it. When you have your eyesight, you don't appreciate your own eyesight because you've got it. When you have ears to listen to, you don't appreciate that much because you got it. When your body is in good health, you don't appreciate it because you've got it until you lose it. Then you start to think, oh, those are the good days when I have all this kind of thing. But the Buddha said, you live at the present moment. At the present moment, you have all these, and why don't you do something about your spirituality? Why you are still having all these faculties that you can use? You've been using your faculties to love attraction, to hate repulsion. Why don't you use your present faculties to get rid of all those, to purify yourself? But we won't. We just continue the karmic evolution that we have. We don't even realize it. We enjoy every present moment with love and hatred. If tomorrow I have to die, what would I do today? Some people say, I just wait here and have a good time, have a party and drink everything, eat everything, and then I died. Some people say that. If I have only one day to live, I would find the most beautiful girlfriend and I would drive the most luxurious car and I would live in a big mansion. They are still looking for the egoistic attraction and repulsion. If I have one day to live, the first thing I do is, because that guy got me into trouble, got me into bankruptcy, I want to kill that guy before I leave this world. So we are living in a topsy-turvy thinking. Topsy-turvy? What should be the top? You say it is the bottom. You just think in the opposite way. We got lost already. So there's volition. The volition is getting more into the egoistic field now. The manas is always working with Mano, the manager. The director is always working with the manager. They're working for this karmic interaction, your mental level. And then Vijnana is the final level. What is this Vijnana? When you die, you carry all those actions and volitions and everything that you have done when you were alive, or everything in your previous life, into that memory, into the Vijnana. And that Vijnana is, of course, not visible. You would see it when you come to a level of enlightened perception. I see my own egoistic feeling. I'm going to stop it. In other words, at that time you step back as a third person looking at your egoistic feeling. Because all egoistic feeling come in an instant or fraction of a second. It's very easy. It's really easy to get that feeling from people. You talk to a person, I intend to find egoistic feeling of that person. You start to ask questions and you see what kind of answers. So at the juncture of death, your body is not surviving anymore. Mano, the manager, retired because there's no salesman to be supervised. There's no customers to attend to. Retire into the director's chamber, and the director's chambers retire into what? Into the alaya Vijnana, which is a conglomerate of what you have done, everything in your previous life, everything you have done, every thought, everything into that, which become an energy, if we want to call it an energy, a karmic energy. With that karmic energy, you're going to roll into your next life. This life you are John, the next life Depends on what you have done. You may become a Jeanette. Who knows? Could be a woman, could be a man. Mozart, at the age of 7 or 8, could compose music. He just remembered from previous life. He didn't learn it in this life. There are many, many examples like that. Why are there some prodigies like that, and why there are prodigies who are not like that? And somehow it's because of the karmic energy that happened in previous life, which reiterate into this life. Is the 5 skandhas the true identity, your true identity, or it is not your true identity? For an enlightened sentient being, the 5 skandhas is me. I'm nothing but a body and mind. But the Buddha said, no, that's not your true, real mind. That's just a fictitious force mind that you have. There's a difference between a force mind and a true mind. The 6 senses react to the 6 objects affecting the 6 consciousnesses, which is the 18 rams. We're all living in the 18 ram, which is impermanent, which has no essence. It exists for a short time, and it exists on causes. You don't have a real identity in your force mind. Your body, speech, and mind produces karma, and every karma, every karmic energy you produce is not the real you. It's all causes put together. Karma is basis for life and death, the reincarnations. If detached from object, it has no substance. In other words, it does not have its own essence. Because you interact with objects, then you act accordingly. You don't have a self-identity. You don't have a true self. In the Sanskrit language, it's svabhava. When something has its own identity and essence and self, let me give you an example. Say a bit of gong, there's a gong in there. I hit the gong, or there's a wooden fish. I hit the wooden fish, the sound is produced. Does the wooden fish has its identity? Has its real essence? Has its real svabhava? I hit it because my hand is holding this wooden stick, and my hand is applied to it, and the wooden fish is there, and the fish is made as a musical instrument that is made in such a way that it's hollow inside. It's just sitting there, and there's a lot of reason and causes put together that when I hit it, the sound is produced. So the production of the sound is based on all these causes put together, and not because of the wooden fish in there. It's not because of my hand. It's not because of anything. It's a lot of reasons put together for it to happen. That is asvabhava, without its essence. If this wooden fish has its substance, it does not have to depend on my hand. It can produce its own sound. Then it has a substance. That's the definition of a substance, svabhava and asvabhava. It does not need any reason, any causes, any factors for the sound to happen. Then it has its own identity. But nothing in this world has its own identity. It's only based on causality. But everybody, me, you, we don't think it that way. We don't think about that way. I'm John, I'm Jack, this is my mom, this is my dad. Seldom people will say, this is my mom for this life. This is my dad for this life. No, they won't say that. Dependent on causation and characterized by duality and impermanence, every feeling seems to have 2 extremes, love and hatred, tall and short. You differentiate it. You're biased about it. It's living on a duality. But the Buddha said, this is not the real you. We've been living in this false you, fictitious you, and we don't realize it. And do you realize that you have the true you? And somebody call it eternity you. And somebody call it the God inside of me. Somebody call it the Buddha nature. It does not matter how you call it. We call it different names. But that is something, the real you, that is in you, that's been covered. And if you detach from objects, then it has substance. That real you is when you do not attach anymore. When your salesman, your eyes, your nose, your ears, and all this don't attach to outside anymore, when your manager don't attach to outside anymore, when you don't have that ego anymore, then that's the time when your alaya consciousness is all purified. That's the real eternity, that's the real you. Because at that time, that real you is away from reincarnation, away from suffering, no more of that. That's not the same as going to heaven. Going to heaven, you enjoy the happiness in heaven for a million years, you still have to die because you still have that karmic energy in you. You are still not purified. You go to heaven because you have done all kinds of meritorious things. You build all the causes for you to go to heaven, and then you enjoy heaven because you've done all the good causes. You've been very generous, you've been helping, you didn't do any wrong thing, but you still have attachment. You still have an ego. You still have a self. With that self, you go to heaven. With that self, after you enjoy, based on the karma, what you've got in heaven, you still have to reincarnate. That's not the ultimate way to go. So, when the false mind arises from it, it has not lost its substance. That means if you have discovered and maintained a true mind, do you mean that you have to leave this world? You still use that false mind to live, but behind it, that real mind is already exists because you have been enlightened. It's just like the Buddha, 2,600 years ago. The Buddha's mind is enlightened, but when he lived in this world, he still eat, he still walk, he still talk. When a mosquito bites, he still feel itchy. Because the body is still there, it still interact. But behind, he's already detached from that body. He's already got that purification. It's just like the high monks, for example. There are many monks in China, in Thailand, in Sri Lanka, in India. When you look at them, they behave like a normal human being. They still get sick, they still have a flu, they still, they caught a cold, and they still have to get some Tylenol to take inside and cure it. That's the body. For example, when Ajahn Chah got sick, he couldn't speak. He was sick for 10 years. When people see him, this monk is suffering. Only his body is suffering, but not him. He has no suffering. He's happy, but his body is still suffering. But he was able to be detached from the suffering. So when you look at a senior monk, if you do something wrong, the enlightened monk could still get angry. Oh, you shouldn't do that. If you do it the next time, you'll be punished. Oh, you are a kind monk, how come you still scolded me? He scolded you because he differentiated accordingly because he wanted to teach you. He still behaved like a normal human being, but behind he has this enlightened identity inside. When this body died out, we call it parinirvana. Then no more of this body is in that state of eternity. No more of this body. Remember, when this body you carry around, you still have suffering. You still have to serve your karma. The fact that you've been studying Buddhism for a long time, you've been doing all these good deeds, and how come in your final years you still have suffering? Because you burned the last straw of bad karma out. When that last straw is burned out, you're in purity. So don't lose your confidence if you're still, how come I've been meditating, I've been doing all these things, and how come there's bad things to happen to me? Am I supposed to meet only the good things when I believe in the Buddha? Everything will be so peaceful and lovable to me when I started meditation, and how come I still have all these things? Because you still have the karma that you have to serve, the few last straws that you still have to burn. When you burn away that, you clean it up. So it is beyond duality. When completely pure and bright, it is nirvana. When you practice meditation, you practice and practice and practice, and some people say, I'm not getting anywhere. I feel good about it. Am I getting anywhere? You don't have to get anywhere. Why do you have to get anywhere? Your body is still there, you're still here. Why do you still have to get to somewhere that you love, you like? Why do you still want that kind of attraction? The philosophy contained in the Heart Sutra is profound. One word represents a lot of meaning in it, and we have been exploring it for a few weeks already, and we're still hovering around the explanation of the title. When we talk about a heart, in the Heart Sutra, we talk about heart. It's a metaphor, or it's a simile, or more or less a metaphor, meaning the mind. When you think, you don't think with the heart. You think with the mind. So it's the mind that we are talking about. So when people say, I give you my heartfelt condolences, my heartfelt feeling, my heartfelt sensation, that means the mind. So whenever you come across the word Heart Sutra, it means the mind. So in Heart Sutra, if we do a quick review, heart is Hridaya in the Sanskrit language. Hridaya is the heart, which means the mind. And there's really the physical heart, which is the flesh and blood heart inside of you, the pumping station of the blood in your body. And there's also another meaning, it's a sense center consciousness. Your eye, your nose, your ear, your tongue, your body, your touch, that's also part of the mind because that's your sensual organs. Then the mind also refers to the ego consciousness, which is the manas. Now in sense center, of course, there are 6 senses that we already have reviewed. The eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and then there's also a very important one, the mano consciousness, the 6th consciousness. And then the 7th consciousness is the ego consciousness, which is also part of the mind. So that's called manas vijnana in the Sanskrit language. And the 4th is, of course, the store consciousness, which is also called alaya vijnana, which is the 8th consciousness. So we know that the mind actually contains not just the mind. The Buddha said the mind contains 8 consciousnesses. And you really have to know each one of them. We already have explained in detail. Very few people know that all this mind, or whatever you call it, heart, is the false mind. That's not the real mind. All these 8 consciousnesses pertain not to the true mind, it's to the false, polluted mind. You and I, we've been using our polluted mind to think, our polluted mind to react, to interact with whatever objects come up. We haven't been using the true mind. We've been using the polluted, interactive mind. So actually, we have what we call the false mind and the true mind. Some newcomers may have a question in their mind. Why do I have to know this? That's what the Buddha is talking about. When you come to study or to research on or to investigate on what the Buddha is talking about, the Buddha is not talking about blind faith. The Buddha is not talking about worshipping. The Buddha is talking about the study of your own mind. Do you know yourself? You have to study your own mind. You have to know what your own mind is doing. You have to be responsible for your own mind. And you may question and say, of course I'm responsible for my own mind. I'm the master of my own mind. If you do, if you are really the controller of your own mind, how come you get greedy? How come you get jealous? How come you get depressive state of mind? How come you get arrogance? How come you have done all these mind? How come you believe in or you act according to the mind that radiates all of these mental afflictions if you're in control? So the Buddha said we have been using the false mind, and there's really the true mind that we should be revealing, the true mind. The Buddha taught us how to reveal our true mind, how to function our pure mind and not our polluted mind. The false mind related to the senses. We're always looking for sensual pleasures to satisfy the false polluted mind. We're always in pursuit of sensual pleasures. Our mind interacts with our surrounding and brought forward body, speech, and mind karma. Body karma. What does it produce? Behavior, actions. We have actions accordingly, and actions is classified into good actions, bad actions, and neutral actions. We have been doing speech. We express all these mindfulness in body, speech, and thought. And we interact with objects, which has no substantiality, because the object itself has no real nature. Why? Because it's dependent on causation, dependent on causes, and that's the philosophy of causation that we've been talking about for a while. Today is a little review to start with, and the false mind is always characterized by duality, which means discrimination. You always discriminate, you always differentiate. Good and bad, love and hatred. We always live in a world of duality. We either hate or love, rich and poor, tall and short. We always discriminate. But the true mind are detached from all these. And we already explained it in detail. The Heart Sutra is exposing all the knowledge about your false mind, our polluted mind, with the aim of revealing our true mind. How do we reveal our true mind? How do we function our true mind? We really have to learn what is our mind first, what is our false mind first. So be mindful. That's the whole objective of meditation, be mindful. The true mind has a variety of words to it. So you may encounter different words in different sutras, the Buddha's teaching express the true mind in many, many ways. The true mind in the Diamond Sutra is referred to as Dhammatta. In Nirvana Sutra is Buddhata. That's the true mind. In Sutra of Perfect Enlightenment, it calls the true mind Dharani. In Sarangama Sutra, it calls the true mind Eternal Truth Mind. Very direct. In the Heart Sutra, it's called Sarvasunyata. In Avantam Sutra, the true mind is referred to as Dhammadhatu, which is more or less in line with the word Dhammatta. In Sramana Sutra, it is referred to as Dharagata Gritha. So, all different names, but it's pinpointing towards one meaning, that's the true mind. So when you say Buddhata, the Buddha, what's the meaning of the Buddha? The one who's awakened from the false mind and have totally revealed his true mind. So that's the Buddha. And completely enlightened with the pure unpolluted mind. In a sutra, Sarangama Sutra says, the top is the Chinese language. 楞严经说，一切众生从无始来，生死相续，皆有不至常住真心性净明体，用诸妄想，其想不真，故有轮转。The following is the translation of that sutra. Surangama says, all living things, all living sentient beings, since the time without beginning, since timeless beginning, have been subject continuously to birth and death. You and I, we are rolled into samsara. You were born again in the next life, taking another form, going through the cycle of birth and death because they do not realize, because we do not realize, the permanent true mind, whose substance is by nature pure and bright. They have relied on false mind, which is not true, so that the wheel of samsara turns, because we've been using the false mind all the time. Poor we've been using the false mind all the time, committing all kinds of karma. We don't even know about it. And because of the karma that we committed, we produce, we couldn't get away from cause and effect. You reap what you sowed. So with whatever we have done, with the karmic energy in us, we roll into the next life according to our karmic energy. Buddhism is nothing but the study of the mind, and we call that the heart, the study of your heart, or the study of your mind. In explaining consciousness, last but not least, before we explain the word sutra, when we talk about our own consciousness, there are 4 interdependent functions in every one of our consciousness. In the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness. In every one of our consciousness, there are 4 functions to it that we have to remember. Otherwise, you cannot study consciousness because you got to know all this terminology. The first one is the object or the seen portion, the object. In the Chinese language, 相分, the object or the seen portion. When my eyes look at you, you are the seen portion of my eye consciousness. When my eyes look at you, you are the object of my eye consciousness. When my ears listen to you, your sound is the object of the heard portion of my ear consciousness. When my nose smells fragrance, the fragrance is the object or the smell portion of my nose consciousness. When my tongue tastes food, the food is the object, and my taste buds is tasting the object. So every consciousness has an object to it, or the seen portion, or the perceived portion, the smell portion. The second is the subjective, or the seeing portion, the subjective, 见分. The subjective, you're the subject. Your eyes is the subject of the object, seen portion. Your ear is the subject of the perceived, of the heard portion. So there's a subject and there's an object. Why is this important? We're analyzing, the Buddha told us to analyze every part of our consciousness. When you understand your own consciousness, when you understand your own mind, the power comes. You may not know about it. That's the reason why in North America they have the positive thinkers. They say the mind is the most powerful. But they only talk about it. They're only motivating you by saying the mind is the most powerful. The Buddha goes in depth into why the mind is powerful, how to reveal the power in your mind, how to get that power working for you, not towards acquisition of material, but towards the saintly path of an awakening, the saintly path of nirvana, the saintly path of enlightenment, not towards further acquisitions. Positive thinkers may motivate your mind to want, to acquire more material, more wealth, more money. But the Buddha said, happiness, joy is not from acquisition. As a matter of fact, every acquisition deprives you a little bit of your freedom, increase you a little bit of your suffering. You think you acquire more? The more you acquire, the happier you are. Actually, the more you acquire, the less freedom of mind you have, the more suffering that would induce unto you. We don't even realize it because we're using our mind to acquire. What is that mind that we use to acquire? What is that mind we use to enjoy parties, getting to know friends, socializing with friends, getting more wealth? That part of the mind is the forced mind that occupies your time away from the revelation of your true mind. So in other words, the more you're involved with acquisition of wealth, the less time you have for purification of the mind, of your own mind. In the study of consciousness, you have to know your subject, you have to know your object. When you know your object, you identify your object. When you identify your object, then you know who is the enemy of your sensuality that has always been attracting you, enticing you, mesmerizing you to commit bad karma. So you have the object, the subjective, and the third is the self-witnessing portion. What is this self-witnessing portion? Who will know the subject has seen the object? Your eyes see an object. Your eyes is only a seeing function. You think your eyes are always committing the right thing? You have to stand behind your eyes to look at your eyes consciousness. In other words, you always have to be a third person. Don't get involved with the subject and the object. You always have to step back and say, is the subject perceiving something real? When the subject is discriminating on someone with hatred, with anger, then that self-witnessing portion, if it is pure, would stand back and say, hey, are you discriminating? There's always a self-witnessing portion on the purity side. There's also a self-witnessing portion on the wrong side. That is your mano, the manager, your mind manager. Your mind manager assess. When your eyes look at John, and then the self-witnessing portion would say, hey, here comes John, and that guy is bad. He ripped you off of something. Get even with him. You got to do the same thing to him. Because you then add something onto the subject. You stand back as a third person, but you're influencing your subject to do wrong things. So there's a self-witnessing portion. Who will know the subject has seen the object? The re-witnessing portion. After this interaction, there is also the ego that comes up to you. The protection of your own identity, the protection of your ego. And you store that egoistic feeling into your field, your memory. Your hatred will stay there. Your seed of hatred, your seed of anger, your seed of greediness, your seed of jealousy. So all these four portions, every consciousness, every interaction has this involvement of four functions in it. You may not realize it. The Buddhist told us to realize it by first training yourself in meditation. Know your mind. Detach yourself from it. Be mindful. Learning your breath, taking as a third person, looking at things. Stay away from the scenes. Don't get involved in the scenes. Just step back and look at it with reality. Look at it with purity. Look at it with the pure analysis. Look at it with enlightenment. And I can give you a further example. For example, that's about an explanation on the polluted mind. A sheet of paper is the object. The subjective is the measuring instrument to measure it. So you have a tape measuring an object. So the object, for example, the table is the object. And then your tape is the subjective. And then the self-witnessing function cognize how long and how wide. It has a cognitive dimensions in the measuring. So that is a self-witnessing. And there's a re-witnessing function. Recognize, is it accurate? Is my tape accurate? Is the table accurate? There's a self-re-witnessing portion to it. Why do we have to know these things? Because you have to know your own mind in detail. Not just talking about positive thinking. You have to get deep into it. What is positive thinking? What is thinking? What is the mind? The Heart Sutra explore deeper and deeper and deeper in the study of your own mind, so that you know yourself, you know what you're interacting with, you review the mystic power of your mind, not for further pursuit of material, not for further pursuit of sensual pleasures, but for the pursuit of purity, of one-pointedness of mind, of nirvana, of enlightenment. You go onto the saintly path, not getting onto this sentient being's path of samsara and life and death. I still haven't explained the word sutra yet. So I've been using how many weeks? 6 weeks, 7 weeks, just to explain the title. I've finished Prajna Paramita Hridaya, and I intend to finish the word sutra, but I thought you got to know these 4 functions, because these 4 functions help you to analyze every interaction you have. What is my subject doing now? What is the object? What is my witnessing function doing? If my witnessing function doing a job that is striving towards purity or striving towards impurity, striving towards enlightenment or striving towards jealousy, hatred, greediness. So we got to know ourselves. You have to understand yourself before you can achieve an enlightenment of yourself, before you can achieve enlightenment of all the others. We finished the explanation on the title of the sutra. The title of the sutra is called Maha Prajna Paramita Hridaya Sutra. And now the next word is the word sutra. So what's the meaning of the word sutra? In the Chinese language, is translated, the sound is translated into Silduro, that means sutra. Sutra has 4 meanings. That's a Sanskrit word. Sutra means a thread that strings, that ties the beads together. A sutra contains the philosophy that the Buddha, or the teaching that the Buddha has been talking about, and tied it together like in a string, like we have a rosary, that all the strings, all the beads were tied together. Second meaning is that which draws attention and produces inference. So it draws attention, focus. Third meaning, that which is unchangeable, truth. The truth about causality. So it does not matter what religion you believe in. Everything is on causality. There's no effect without a cause. And we all know that. So that truth itself is unchanging. So, unchangeable truth. That's the third meaning. The fourth meaning, that which is true and should be followed by all. So once we learn the teaching, we focus our attention on the teaching, and we know this is an unchanging truth, then we follow it, we practice it. It's not enough just to talk about it and listen to it. It's extremely important that we should practice it. Put it into practice. So that's the meaning of the word sutra. And I have been talking on the title of the sutra for 4 weeks, just on the title. And the reason is, it's very important that you know a general framework of the title. The meaning of prajna, the meaning of paramita, the meaning of sutra. Then once you know the title, then you know the general meaning of the whole sutra. Is easier to understand. I also follow the Chinese culture in talking about sutra. They usually spend a lot of time just on one word. It is written in some of the memoirs that there was a very high level, a very enlightened monk, and it's called Zhi, originator of the Tintai school. He taught on the word wonderful. We know that we have a sutra called Lotus Sutra, Siddhartha, Punta Rica, the Lotus Sutra. And when he starts to talk on the Lotus Sutra, Because in front of Lotus Sutra, it is a wonderful Lotus Sutra. And he spent, that was in many years ago, 1,200 years ago, even before the Tang Dynasty. He spent 90 days to talk on that one word, wonderful, or wonder. He spent 90 days to talk about it. Because every word contains a lot of meaning. And it makes sense. And when I was at school, the professor always told me that if you are an average professor, you talk on a subject for the whole semester. In other words, here's a course, the semester is on this course, you use one semester to talk on that subject. If you are a full professor or if you're an assistant professor, then you probably use the whole year to talk about the subject. Then you become an assistant professor. If you're a full professor, you use your whole life to talk on one subject. So that's the difference. What's the importance of prajna? Why is prajna important in the studies and practice of the Buddha's teaching? The Buddha spent the longest time in his teaching of prajna, 22 years, out of his 49 years of lifetime. He spent 22 years to talk on the subject of prajna. Prajna is the blood and veins of the Buddha's various schools of teaching. So if you want to study the school, the Yogacara school, esoteric Buddhism, or Amitabha's Pure Land, or Madhyamaka, or the Tiantai, or Zen, whatever schools, you must know prajna. It is impossible for anybody to understand the Buddha's teaching without understanding prajna. It is certain that prajna is the Buddha's teaching as it agrees with the three Dharma seals. And we talk about three Dharma seals. Sometimes when someone talks on a subject of the Buddha's teaching, you don't know if that the lecturer, the people who talk on it, you don't know whether it's following the Buddha's teaching or somebody else's teaching. We usually use the three Dhamma seals to assess quickly whether it is within the boundary of the Buddha's teaching. But we already talked about the three Dhamma seals. Talking about 22 years, the Buddha taught his teaching for 49 years. Out of the 49 years, we classify the Buddha's teaching into 5 periods and 8 teachings. So the first period is the period of Avatamsaka Sutra. After the Buddha became enlightened, he spent the first 21 days. That's the first period on Avatamsaka Sutra. But that sutra was so profound that very few people understand in the audience. Almost none, or maybe a few understand what the Buddha was talking about. It was so profound. The profundity of it is so untouchable and ununderstandable by a lot of people. So the Buddha talked about something else, something simple. So that's the second period of the 4 Agama Sutras. That belongs to the Theravada school. And somebody called the Theravada school Hinayana. Some people call the Avatam Sutras period as the Mahayana. But that's really a classification by later generations, not by the Buddha. It does not matter what period. There's no such discrimination as this is a higher teaching, this is the lower teaching. It's just a classification of period. So the 4 Agaman Sutra is as profound, is as meaningful as the Avatamsaka Sutra. So the first period is 21 days. The second period, something easier to understand, the 4 Agama Sutras pertaining to the Theravada school, and some people call it the Hinayana, the smaller wheel. But the word Hinayana is so discriminatory. We don't use the Maha and Hina. Maha is the big wheel and Hina is the smaller wheel. And what is being practiced now in Thailand and Burma is the smaller wheel. That's the reason why this is lower. We don't classify it that way. Don't misjudge Don't misjudge Theravada as something lower than Mahayana. The discrimination only happened in your own mind, not with the meaning. Third period of Vaipulya Sutras for 8 years. So 12 years is Agama Sutra, and the third period he spent 8 years to it. And the fourth period is Prashna Paramita, and he spent 22 years of the 49 years. The fifth period is the period of the Lotus and Nirvana Sutras. That was close to the time when Buddha entered into Nirvana. Before Buddha passed away, he talked about the Nirvana Sutras. So if you add all this together, if my mathematical calculation is right, it should be 49 years. 49 years altogether. So if we classify the Buddha's teaching as to the method of it, that's according to the time period in chronological order. But if you classify the Buddha's teaching into the method to it, so there's the southern school, there's the gradual school, and there's the esoteric school. Some people call it secrets, but it's esoteric. And the fourth is indeterminate. It's indeterminate because it depends on the audience. The Buddha teaches according to the audience. When he perceived that the audience had a higher level of understanding, he would teach something that's higher level. If it's average level, it's average level of teaching. So those are the four methods as to the teaching of it. The four teaching as to content. The first one is the Tripitakas, meant for Stravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas. And some people call it Theravada school or the Hinayana school. The second is the general teaching, which is common to both the Mahayana and Hinayana. The third is distinct teaching, the Bodhisattvas, which is different, the way they classified it, which is different from Theravada. It's specific, it's distinct, different from. The fourth is the complete perfect teaching, the one vehicle. So there's no discrimination between Maha and Hinayana. It's all combined to one. That is the Lotus Sutra, what the Lotus teacher Sutra is talking about. All these classifications of time and content and method was not done by the Buddha. It's the later practitioners in the process of learning the Buddha's teaching try to analyze and break it down into parts so that they can understand it properly. It's not done by the Buddha. The Buddha didn't say, oh, this is my second school, this is my indeterminate school, and this is my first period, second period, third period. No, this is done by later generations. In the process of learning it, in the process of analyzing it, throughout the later 2,600 years, people have been classifying it. So don't look at this kind of classification as a discriminatory, with a discriminatory approach. Oh, this is better, this is the earlier period, the origin of the Buddha's teaching, and this is not the origin. No, you don't classify it that way. Okay. So that's the reason why we said Prajna is important, because you spent 22 years in it. It's difficult to translate sound. It's easier to translate the meaning. And translation is something that is so difficult to do. Why? Well, remember just about half an hour ago we were chanting Maha Karunika Chittadharani, a mantra, the mantra of compassion. And only the sound is translated, but not the meaning. Why? Because in the mantra, one word can contain a lot of meaning to it. If you arbitrarily stick a meaning to that word, to that Sanskrit word, you may distort the meaning. So in some mantras, when the Chinese translators translate mantra into the Chinese language, they maintain the sound and not translating the meaning, especially in mantra and dharma. So in the translation, there's two parts to it. Translation of word for word to word, and translation of just the sound. For example, Om Mani Padme Hum. That's the translation of sound. Mani is the most precious jewel on earth. Padme is lotus. Lotus symbolizes purity. When you want to open that treasure door to find the diamond inside, there's certain things that you have to do. For example, you've got to open your key, you've got to walk your way to that treasure hunt, treasure cave, and you've got to do a lot of work onto it. In Om Mani Padme Hum, if you want to find the diamond in you, review it, the brightness in you, you've got to be like a lotus, purifying yourself like a lotus. What do you purify? You purify your action, which is the body, your speech, and your mind. So there's a lot of purification practice you have to do. One of the practices is, of course, meditation. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you have to do in order to open that treasure door to find in yourself that diamond. So Om Mani Padme Hum. What is Hum? Hum is a Bodhi seed. Every time when you utter that sound, that seed is planted in you. That seed is planted in your consciousness. When it is planted in your consciousness, it is similar to keying in a computer memory. It's not erasable in this case. It's always planted in there. That seed, that latent energy. Seed is just a simile. It does not mean a seed of an apple tree, a pear tree, no. That seed is a latent energy in you. Every thought, every utterance is a latent energy in you that is planted in your consciousness. And when the time comes, it would move the shoot and then sprout into something, sprout into a tree, sprout, and then fruits will come. It's slowly growing and slowly growing. So it's very important that we plant seeds. There is no hope if there's no seed. Because if there is no seed, how can there be a tree? How can you have fruits? You're going to have a seed planted in order to get fruits. So every time when you utter Om Mani Padme Hum, don't belittle that utterance. It's a seed planted in you. The more you utter that mantra, the more seed is planted in you. It's an accumulation of the energy. And if you, unfortunately, for example, if you die in this life without realization, without enlightenment, that latent energy would grow with you into your next life. You take another body form, but that latent energy is always unchanging, it's always in there, waiting to sprout. Don't think that, I'm just uttering a sound. That sound is a latent energy. Every thought is an energy. Every sound is an energy. So when you work into opening that treasure to get that diamond, you work not only with your sound, with the thought. You have to purify your thought. Every thought is important. If you know how to use that thought, if you can control that thought, if you can focus that thought, and you focus it in the right way, you become a saint. You're on your path to enlightenment. It's all about focusing. So when we talk about Prashna Paramita, in the Chinese translation, there is 8,600 volumes, approximately, of the translation of sutras into the Chinese language. It is so abundant. If we live up to 100 years, an average person, you may only have time, or may not even have time, to glance through all this literature once. Because so much, since thousands of years, or 1,800 years ago approximately, monks have been traveling from China to India and learned the language and brought back a lot of sutras and translated them. And the kings have been setting up translation academies to help them to translate. It's not just translated for one person. There's so many monks going over across the Himalayas and the Silk Road, many monks went over to India. Some made it and some don't. Thousands didn't make it, they died on the Silk Road. Only about maybe a dozen, I don't know. Only a few make it to India. Fa Xian spent 5 years traveling to India. 5 years of traveling. Across the mountains, in the desert, and 5 years. And Sun Zhang Dashi spent 3 years in the travel. Now we just fly over within 30 hours in a plane. This monk spent years in walking, in transportations, using all kinds of vehicles to travel to India to learn it. And a few make it. One exemplary monk was Sun Zhang in the Tang Dynasty. He made it to India, and he spent 17 years to study in India. He was probably the first foreign student who spent the most time in one country to learn it. Of course, before him there's Fa Xian, another monk, Fa Xian, and he spent 5 years in traveling to India. When he started his journey in the capital of China, Chang'an, he was 65 years old. When he arrived in India, he was 70 years old. An old guy. You classified him as an old guy. Imagine a man 65 years old and is so determined that he wants to learn the Buddhist teaching that he traveled all the way on foot to India for 5 years. He walked 5 years to India, and he started to learn Sanskrit. And you were only 50 and you didn't want to learn any language. He's 65 and he started learning Sanskrit. You're only 35 and you thought learning another language is hopeless. So, that's outside my topic. So, let's get back to this. So, internationally, the Chinese has the most abundant translation of the Buddhist teaching. Why? Not because of somebody say that's the superiority of the Chinese culture. No. It's those monks who spent all his time going into a foreign country and learn and brought them back and translated them. Individual efforts of all these monks. Literature of Prajnaparamita, very briefly, a lot of literature of Prajnaparamita. The short version of Prajnaparamita, the long version of Prajnaparamita. The short version, translated in English, is Perfection of Wisdom in 4,000 verses. You have English translation for that now. The original translation from Sanskrit into Chinese is by Kumarajiva. That was done in AD, 340 AD. And Perfection of Wisdom in 8,000 verses by Lokazema. That is in 150 AD in China. That's the short version of Prajna Sutras. The long version is Perfection of Wisdom in 18,000 verses by Dhammaraksa. Perfection of Wisdom of 25,000 verses by Kumarajiva. I just gave you a few examples of this. I just want to show you that there's a lot of sutras related to Prajnaparamita. And there's also the Perfection of Wisdom in 100,000 verses and Prajnaparamita Hridaya Sutra by Sun Zhang. And some of these were not translated into Chinese. They were discovered by archaeologists about 150 years ago. Some by Max Muller discovered some of this sutra, original Sanskrit, and they translated. For example, I think the 100,000 verses were, the Chinese lost some of these sutras already during the war. During wars, the Chinese lost a lot of sutras, and they were discovered later in India or in Sri Lanka by archaeologists in Sanskrit scrolls. Okay, this is just an example. And some people like to know, are there any Western scholars in Prajnaparamita? A lot of them. Some quite famous ones are these ones. that I quote. Edward Carnes, Max Muller, Eugene Ronald, Samuel Beale, Nancho Punya. So these are some of the scholars who specialize a lot of their time in the study of Prajna, and they translated some of the Prajna Sutras into English. Max Muller, Samuel Beale, and the Japanese Nanjo Bunya. All these very famous scholars in the study of Prajnaparamita. UPC used to have a few famous scholars, professors in the study of Prajnaparamita. Now UPC does not have a strong faculty in Buddhism anymore, probably because of the budget. Some of them went to McMaster universities, and some of them went abroad because they have different policy, shifting the emphasis on something else. I have been in Canada for 40 years. I know some of the professors at UBC, and some of the old ones died already. For example, the Japanese professor, I forgot his name. I was so close to him before I forgot his name even. I'm getting old. I can't remember names now. Professor Ida, yes, yeah. He left me some of his translation too. I forgot where I put them, now I'm going to take them out. And Professor Ida, a Japanese guy. And there was some very famous Sanskrit professor too at UBC. And he retired 2 years ago. He was my teacher in Sanskrit. Azura Kujika, I still remember his name. Maybe he's still around. He's in Richmond, lives in Richmond. I plan to, at one time I planned to organize a Sanskrit course because he retired and he promised me that he will come out and teach after retirement, but I didn't have time to organize it. Maybe I should. His wife is also an expert on Sanskrit. So there's a lot of studies in Prajnaparamita. The Buddhist teaching now has spread internationally. There was a monk who told me from Taiwan, and he said, right now, he's using a marketing terminology. He said, right now the market for Chinese studies of Buddhism is getting stronger and stronger because they already have saturated the market in Pali, in Tibetan Buddhism, because these are easier to study because Tibetans and Pali and Sanskrit, they belong to the Latin language family. The English-speaking people can easily catch up with Pali and Sanskrit. The Chinese language is difficult to catch up. That's the reason why they spend all their time in Pali and in Sanskrit. Now, the market is saturated. They want to study Chinese so that they can learn more about Buddhism. That opens a road for you. Maybe you should study more into the Chinese language. 3 years of intensive study, you'll pick up the Chinese language. It's not that difficult. Remember, Fa Xian picked up Sanskrit at the age of 70, and he became an expert in translation of the Sanskrit language. In the Chinese culture, for thousands of years already, since the beginning of the introduction of Prajnaparamita, monks and nuns and laymen, they all memorize this sutra. In the Chinese characters, there's only 268 words, and more or less the same in English. So maybe we all should commit it into memory, because this sutra, according to many commentaries and antidotes and many, many writings of enlightened monks, whenever they have impurities in their mind, whenever they have an overwhelming amount of mental afflictions, whenever they encounter what we call, quote unquote, outside devils or ghosts of spirits, they close their eyes and immediately recite this mantra, and the devils, mental afflictions will slowly, gradually disappear. And this has been very effective. In Chinese language it is. In the English language it's the same, because language should not be a barrier. That it doesn't mean that in the Chinese language it should be committed to the memory, in the English language it's not. It's the mind, because when you are memorizing, when you are reciting this, your mind changes instantly. So we really should commit it to memory. Say when you have something that you are, maybe you are overwhelmed with sorrow, you're overwhelmed with sadness, or there's something that you don't know what to do, you are in a dilemma, and you always commit it to memory. It may instantly arouse your wisdom inside to resolve your problem. Commit it to memory. I commit it to memory, the Chinese part, and I'm absorbing the English part, and I'm also committing to memory. Okay, let's get back to it now. Prajnaparamita Hridaya Sutra, we already explained the title. And now we start with the first sentence. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. That's the name of a Bodhisattva. Now, first of all, what is the meaning of Avalokitesvara? Avalokitesvara is the specific name. Bodhisattva is a common name. For example, specific names relate to your John, your Jeanette, you are Jack, you got specific names. But you also have a common name, men, women, or students, teachers. So Avalokitesvara is specific. How specific? What's the meaning of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva? Let's get to it. Avalokitesvara has two meanings. The first one is the Lord who looks down. Avalokitesvara, a Sanskrit word. Isvara means the Lord who is free from all bondage, all human bondage, all mental afflictions bondage. So the Lord simply means the higher level of enlightenment. The Lord who is free from all bondage, from all mental afflictions. That's the first meaning. In the Chinese language, we call it Guan zai, no more impurities. So usually when Avalokitesvara is drawn in picture, it's an image, draws the Avalokitesvara, not cross-legged, with one leg hanging down and another leg at the top, all kinds of gestures, because it's free. The second meaning, he who hears the sounds of the world. Svara means the sound. So this Bodhisattva, this enlightened being, always listen to the sound of the world, listening for those who are in need. His compassion renders to all. He's trying to listen all the time to the sound of the world. So when you are in difficulties, when you request help from Bodhisattva, Avalokitesvara, if you recite his name, he will be coming to you to rescue you. All the time, no exception. It depends on how sincere you are, how urgent the situation is, but you have to sound it out. So you have to practice sounding it out, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. So when you recite mantra, you have to recite with sound. Better to recite with sound. He who hears the sounds of the world. Svara means sound. And this is the names. But how about the meaning? Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva embodies one of the two fundamental aspects of Buddhahood. The first one is Maha Karuna, means great compassion. And the second one is Prajna. So remember, we just chanted the Maha Karunika Chitta Dharani. Remember, Nama Ratnatraya, Nama Riya Avalokitesvaraya, Bodhisattvaya, Mahasattvaya, Mahakarunikaya. That is the great compassion mantra of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. Many people here committed that to memory already. That is a very effective mantra which should be committed to memory. In the Chinese temple, all laymen commit all this compassion mantra to memory. So Avalokitesvara embodies two aspects, Maha Karuna, which means great compassion, or somebody call it the great mercifulness, kindness, great compassion, or some people call it the great love. Of course, there's a difference between love and compassion. If we look at it from the perspective of how broad the meaning is, if love is one-sided, it's not compassion. Because usually you love a person and that person doesn't love you, that creates hatred. Because if your husband loves you and you don't love your husband will be mad, right? So that's one-sided. So compassion is to love with no conditions. Avalokitesvara love to render compassion without differentiating whether, oh, you are my relative, you are my friends, that's the reason why I love you more than the other. So compassion or Mahakaruna means unconditional love. Prajna means wisdom. So Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, that means the Bodhisattva listen to the sound of the world who is in urgent need of help and renders compassion. It also means the Bodhisattva who is already free from all bondage. So that's the specific name. But how about the common name, Bodhisattva? We are all novice Bodhisattva, you and I. When we say novice, that means we dedicate ourselves. We vow that we would like to learn from the Buddha, to learn to be compassionate, to learn to render our help to all needy people. We vow to walk the path of spiritual odyssey, spiritual enlightenment. When we make that vow, we are a novice, a beginner in the path of Bodhisattva. So you are a Bodhisattva if you already make that vows of practicing great compassion, practicing wisdom. You are already a Bodhisattva. But the Bodhisattva has so many levels. You and I, we are beginners in the Bodhisattva. So usually in temple, we address someone, if we don't know him or her, we say, Bodhisattva, can you help me to take these things to the Buddha, on the table? Or Bodhisattva, can you help me this? Or can you do something? They refer to each other as the Bodhisattva. That is a very respectful name for people who practice Buddhahood. So Bodhisattva. So what is the meaning of Bodhisattva? Translated into Chinese is Pusa, which is a sound translation, Pusa, Bodhisattva. And Bodhisattva means enlightened being. You and I, we are in the process, in pursuit of enlightenment. When we have achieved enlightenment, we are the Buddha. Complete enlightenment, we are called a Buddha. So Buddhi, that means understanding and awakening. So Sattva is being, the being who is always in search of enlightenment, in search of the highest wisdom of understanding and wisdom. That is enlightened being. A being who seeks Buddhahood through the systematic practice of the perfect virtues, the paramita, but renounces complete entry into nirvana until all beings are saved. So if you are practicing Bodhisattva, you won't think that, oh, I want to be the Buddha. When I become the Buddha, I'm free from all bondage, I'm free and I don't have any more suffering. That is not enough for Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva always think about, I want to achieve enlightenment and Buddhahood. But if my understanding reaches higher and higher and higher and almost get into nirvana, I won't get into nirvana. I will always come back to the world to save. If the homeland is the most beautiful land, heaven, somebody call it heaven, the homeland, the most beautiful land, I won't return to my beautiful homeland until no one is suffering. Until hell is all empty, I wouldn't leave this world. That is the vow of Siddhikapa Bodhisattva. Siddhikapa Bodhisattva make the vow that I won't enter into nirvana until there is no one single victim in hell. He will wait and wait and wait until all beings are enlightened, until hell is all empty, no more hell. He will wait to save until there's no more hell. There's no more hell below us. Remember that song? Imagine there's no hell. Imagine there's no heaven. Imagine there's no religion. What's the point of religion when you don't need it? No religion, no heaven, no hell, no Buddha. You understand what I mean? You don't need Buddha. You don't achieve nirvana for yourself. Siddhikapa Bodhisattva said, I won't go into nirvana. He is in the neighborhood of nirvana. In other words, he can just use supernatural power to burn up his whole body, and then he can just leave and get into that nirvana state where it's extreme eternity. He does not want to go home until everybody is safe. Going home will be so comfortable. He doesn't want to. He wants to still roam around to make sure everybody is safe. How long would that take? Countless number of years. But he won't give up. He will just continue and continue. So Siddhikapa Bodhisattva is sometimes in hell, saving hell victims, sometimes in the animal realm, saving animals, sometimes in the human realm, saving humans. So the determining factor for a Bodhisattva's action is compassion or karuna, 慈悲, supported by the highest insight and wisdom, prajna. So compassion has to be supported by prajna. If you only have compassion but you don't have prajna, you may not exercise the right compassion. So everything must be supported by the wisdom inside of you. You're so kind. Your kindness is very, very high level. But if you have no wisdom, you could have exercised, could have rendered the wrong kindness. You're walking in front of a liquor store, and there's a man coming up to you. Oh, can you spare me $1? That's a poor man, and I don't have any food. But he's standing right at the liquor store, in front of the liquor store, and you say, okay, here is $5, get yourself some food. You walk away and you walk in the liquor store to get his liquor. So you're actually helping him to perpetuate his bad habit of drinking. So you're going to exercise the right judgment. You've got to have prajna in your compassion. So everything is led by prajna, wisdom. If you don't have wisdom, you could mislead yourself into doing the wrong kind of compassion. You could spoil your kids because of the wrong compassion to your kids. You love your kids so much that you want to give him or her everything, but you don't know how to exercise your right judgment, your right wisdom. So everything must be led by prajna. So that's the meaning of the Bodhisattvas. So Bodhisattva, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when practicing the profound, very profound prajna paramita. What is prajna paramita? Prajna, remember? Pra means supreme and unique. Jna means consciousness and understanding. Paramita is perfection. Paramad means the other shore. Itta, that means that which has arrived. That means if you have achieved at this supreme and unique understanding, this consciousness, this understanding, close to perfection, you are going from this shore of suffering to that shore of enlightenment, to that paramita, enlightenment. This prajna, this wisdom can lead you from this shore to the other shore. This shore is a shore of life and death. That shore is a shore of nirvana, enlightenment. It leads you to prajna paramita. Indirectly, we can say, believing in the Buddha's practice, and practice according to the Buddha, is not just blind faith. You've got to learn. Following the Buddha's practice, you acquire, you learn this wisdom. Not just say, I believe in the Buddha and I'm safe. The Buddha will save me. The Buddha cannot save you. The Buddha can only tell you, you practice all these, and you'll get to the shore, to that shore. If Buddha, by his power, can save you, he would have saved you already. What's the point of telling you all this? He can just take your hands and throw you to heaven. You don't need to learn. But you can't do that. You have to get onto the ship, get onto it, drive that ship, and get to nirvana and get to the other shore. You got to do it yourself. There's no free lunch, the saying goes, which is a cliche, but it's very philosophical. Nobody can save you. You yourself. Nobody. Just you yourself. You save yourself. You got to walk that path. You got to go from that ocean of life and death, flow on it, drive your boat, and get to nirvana. So, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when practicing the Prajna Paramita, another question comes up. Yeah, I got to take that boat, but what is that boat? What do I have to learn? What do I have to learn in order to go from this shore of confusion, of suffering, of ignorance, of greediness, of jealousy, of hatred? How do I get from this shore of mental afflictions to that shore? How do I do it? There are 6 broad subjects that you have to learn. The Buddha classified this subject broadly first, and then go into each specific subject very, very in great detail. But what is subjects? What is 6 subjects? In other words, when you get into that ship, you got to register with it and take 6 courses. We call it the 6 paramitas. This is just broad categories. That is just the name of the course. Dana paramita, giving, generosity in both material and spiritual sense. You have to learn to be generous, always give. So it's a pity when you always say, how much do I have? How does it benefit me? You always, I, me, ego. How does it help me? First of all, have to learn how to forget about your ego. You have to go egoness. You just consider the whole mass of people. You have to give, learn how to give. How many people really like to give? Well, it seems to be so easy to learn how to give, but how many people would like to give? The lunch that we're eating every day are given by donors. So we're very thankful because the whole temple depends on donations, and every day they come to give. You see how Tom and Natalie, they were sitting at the entrance. They're sitting right there at the gracious hall on the desk, and people just come in to donate. There are people who really like to give. Not just giving to the temples, to give to all charities. And we depend on this giving, and there are people who come to give. But there are people who just come to receive. How does it benefit me? Oh, there's a temple on Stephenson Highway. Is it beautiful? Does it attract people over there? They have a free lunch too. So let's go and get the free lunch. They always want to think about what is free for them, what is better for them. They never think about giving out. You see the difference? You always learn to give, to give, to give. I always quote that Kennedy's quotation. Don't expect what the country can do for you. What you can do for the country. Or don't expect your mom and dad always want to give you everything you want. How do you give to the family? Are you helping your mom in your mom's housekeeping? You know what is the next step of giving? You know what? Giving, right here, we just give you a general term. When you know how to give, what's the implications from it? The first implication I can think of is a person who always learns how to give is a very responsible person. He's always thinking about his responsibility. A responsible father in a family always wants to, how much education I would give to my kid? How should I love my wife? How should I love my kids? A responsible employee would say, how do I do a better job for the company? How do I make everybody happy in the company? How do I build up that company? Well, irresponsible employee to say, they only give me $12 an hour. Right now I'm working all this and I think I'm worth 25. And they're going to give me $12, so why should I work hard? He always stayed at the idea of $12 an hour and not at the idea of $25 an hour. And the positive thinkers in North America say, they usually advise idle, lazy workers and say, if you think that way, you will never get the $25 return. You are worth $12 an hour, but you're giving out as if you are $25 an hour. Eventually you will reach up to 25, because the boss will look at you and say, oh, this guy, I'm giving you $12 an hour, but look, the way he works, he's worth 25. If I don't give him 25, he will leave, right? That's what the boss thinks. I'm going to give him 25. Maybe I should give him 26 just to make sure that he will stay in my company. So you are the victim of your own laziness. You are the victim of your own non-giving. So always give. Giving gives you the first implication I can think of. A person who likes to give is learning his sense of responsibility. He wants to give. Give out his service. Give out your love. Giving has many implications too. Giving in materiality, and giving in spirituality. Everybody can learn how to give. Oh, look, I'm not a rich guy. How can I? Oh, there's some people who walk in the temple and I see that guy. He walk in the temple and say, and he donated $2,000, $3,000. He must be loaded. He's a filthy rich person. Of course, he can give a lot of money out. I'm not. I'm poor. But don't you know that giving is not just in material, in kinds? Give your advice. Give your love. Give your consideration. Even give your smile. Good morning. Give your smile. Give your courtesy. Give your sense of cooperation. Give your sense of coordination. Give your sense of caringness. Giving is not always in money. As a matter of fact, the most effective giving is not in money. Well, we can talk about giving for hours, but right now I'm just introducing you a course, and that course is called Generosity and Giving. You've got to learn that course. How much time you need to learn that course? At least a few years, I guess. It's not that easy. Oh, I learned how to give. Oh, how to give? What's the point of giving? You got to learn all that. I'm giving you just a course outline of this ship. If you register with that ship to go to that nirvana, shore of nirvana, you got to register with all these 6 courses. And the syllabus in each course is so abundant. I haven't gotten into that yet. Let me introduce you to all the 6 courses before we leave, okay? Sila parameters is ethics, discipline. You have to learn the ethics, the discipline, how to discipline yourself. Discipline is not to discipline others. Discipline is to discipline yourself. You don't say, hey, Jack, how come you're doing that? In the temple, you should do this. Discipline is not to discipline others. It's to discipline yourself. So how do we learn this Sila? There's a lot in Sila. Take that course, otherwise you can't graduate. This ethic course. Zanti paramita, patience and tolerance. Take that course, Zanti, patience and tolerance. There's another course that you should take, Virya, mental strength. You have to learn how to build up your strength, how to work hard, how to be diligent, how to conjure up your energy to strive towards doing it. You know, I think in most universities, they're lacking this course. Have you ever encountered a course that is how to teach you to be more vigorous and work hard in your degree? Not many. I haven't seen in many university syllabuses that they teach you how to work harder, how to build up the energy to achieve all these other courses. maybe each university should have a course like that, a Virya course, to build up your strength in aiming at your degree. Build up your strength to achieve it. Don't drop out in your first year, second year, third year, fourth year. How to achieve your aim, how to motivate yourself. There's motivational courses. That is Virya. The fifth is Dhyana Paramita, meditation. How to meditate. There are 5 courses which you must take, otherwise you can't graduate. And there's the last course, number 6, which is the most important. That's a prerequisite for each of the 5 courses above. That's a prerequisite. If you don't have that, there's no way that you could complete all these courses. What is that? You should tell me. What is that? Last course? Huh? Oh yeah, you graduated. There's prajna, perfection of wisdom. You got to have wisdom to guide every one of these 5 courses. If you don't have the perfection of wisdom to guide your giving, you gave out to the wrong guide. If you don't have wisdom in your precepts, in your discipline, you discipline yourself in the wrong way. If you don't have wisdom in Zanti, your tolerance is not exercised in the right direction. For that reason, your viraya, your mental strength, your dhyana, your meditation, if you don't have wisdom in your meditation has gone astray, gone into the wrong way. There are many meditators who have gone into the wrong way. Watch out. Not all instructors of meditation walk the proper way. So you got to have wisdom to judge whether your master in meditation is right. All right, so I introduced you to those 6 courses, and first of all, you got to be interested in getting registered in that ship of crossing the ocean, and then we register with the 6 courses. As far as the syllabus of each course, we still have to get into more and more and more to it, and hopefully we all can graduate and get into that shore. The 5 skandhas, we should all know what the 5 skandhas are. When we talk about the 5 skandhas, we say, I. Who am I? Who is this I? What am I made up of? I, if we perceive this I temporally, is made up of the body and mind. The body and mind in the Buddhist teaching is classified into 5 categories. The 5 skandhas, or the 5 aggregates. So we should right now look at the 5 skandhas. The 5 skandhas, the first one is rupa. In the Sanskrit language is rupa, which is all material or form. Form and matter and all aggregates. And we know that all matter is made of elements. And if we further break down all the elements into finer parts, it becomes atoms. If we break atoms into finer parts, it becomes protons, neutrons, and electrons. So this is the material combination. All matter is form. As far as the body is concerned, this I identity, our body is made up of the 36 parts. We have the hair, the skin, the bone, outside. Inside the internal organs, we have the heart, the spleen, the liver, the lung, and in between we have the blood, we have the veins, we have the tendons, and everything in our body. So we are made up of the material, rupa, we're made up of this material. This is what we can see, our material, our body, our brain, our mind, our hair. Now, other than material that make up a person's got to have the non-material part, we call it the spiritual part, the spirituality of that person. And it's broken down into 4 categories. We've been talking about this many, many times. It's just to do a fast review now of the 5 skandhas. If you don't know the 5 skandhas, you don't know I. You don't know you don't know yourself. So the first lesson in understanding the Buddha's teaching is to understand yourself. Body, we know rupa. The mind is classified into 4 categories. The second category is vedana in the Sanskrit language, and we call feelings or sensation. We have feelings. What are the feelings that you have? What are the sensations that you have? We have pleasurable feelings, non-pleasurable feelings, neither pleasurable or non-pleasurable. That embraces all kinds of feelings that you have. And this feelings comes out of sensations of the organs. So comes out of the eye, the ear, the nose, the tongue, the body, and the mind. When the eyes contact with form, when the ear contact with sound, when the nose contact with smell, when the tongue contacts with taste, and when the body contacts with touch, and when the mind is contact with all kinds of mentality objects of mind, then sensations come out. Don't you have sensations? Everybody has sensations. We have to realize what kind of sensation we have. Pleasurable sometimes non-pleasurable. When you have pleasurable feelings, you feel happy, you feel delighted. When you have unpleasurable feelings, you feel that you don't like it, unhappy. When our 6 organs are interacting with the outside 6 external objects, namely form, sound, smell, taste, touch, object of mind, when this interaction happens, feelings come out. And we are carried away by these feelings. You're not in control of yourself because you interact. Interaction is different from respond. You can respond with integrity, with wisdom. But when you're interacting, you're being carried away. You can respond to it with rationality. You know that you won't be carried away by the feelings of attachment. So you got to know what are your feelings. The second spirituality, zamjna, conceptualizations. Having pleasurable feelings, unpleasurable feelings, neutral feelings, you continue to conceptualize. When your eyes, your ears, your nose cognize the external object, it does not differentiate and discriminate. It goes back to the mind. And then it asks itself a question: what shape, what color, what length? Different mental functions will come out in the conceptualization. You conceptualize it. When you conceptualize it, what happened? When your mind conceptualizes, your 6 organs cognize the external objects. At the same time, your mind is functioning and getting back to the archive files, get to the memory, get to the seeds that were germinating in your consciousness. You dig out all the seeds and you start to, oh, this is John, this is Jack. Or you discriminate, this is big, this is small, this is rich, this is poor. You start to discriminate, conceptualize. After conceptualizing, you also start to look for the language, because you attach languages to the conceptualization. If there's no conceptualization, there's no language, there's no thinking. All your thinking comes from conceptualization. So conceptualization, after you conceptualize it, then there's samskara, volitional. You flash back, you have intention to do, you have intention to interact, you have intention to respond, and then you carry out the action. You carry out the talking, you carry out the yelling. When you're being yelled at, you carry out that you want to yell back. When you feel unpleasurable, you want to react accordingly, then you carry out volitional speech and volitional action. So at the moment when your 6 organs are interacting with the outside world, it's not just interaction. It continues with the conceptualization and the volitional reaction inside your mind. And it happens instantly, and you interact accordingly. You may not notice it because it happens so fast. And then, where is my file? Where are my files? Where's my memory? How come I can remember? How come I can conceptualize? And how come I can do all these things? There's a storage inside your brain, the hidden consciousness, the ego and the superego. The ego is your mentality, and the superego is what is hidden inside your consciousness, your subconsciousness, some people say it. So that 5 here is the vijnana, which is the consciousness. There's a cognitive consciousness discrimination, provides memory for seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, or bodily sensation and mental consciousness. It's a combination of the manas and the mano and the alaya consciousness. Remember when we're talking about consciousnesses, we give an example as to the manager who controls all the salesmen at the front end, the eye, the ear, the nose, the body, the 5 consciousness, and there's the manager behind, we call it the mano consciousness, which is the 6th consciousness, and there's also the manas consciousness, which is the ego consciousness. There's also the storage consciousness, which is the banking for everything, for every thought. Every thought counts, not just every action. Every thought becomes a seed in your mind. So there's a Buddhist saying, watch every thought. Be careful with every thought. Be mindful of every thought, not just the action in the speech. Everything arises from a thought. So you've got to be extremely careful in your thought, not just from the tongue, not just from the action. That's vijnana. Understand the roots. So the 5 skandhas are empty. Why? We have to know what emptiness means. In the Sanskrit language, emptiness is sunyata. But we have to explain it in detail. Sunyata is a very basic concept, a fundamental concept, a fundamental truth of the universe. It's not expounded by the Buddha. It's discovered and told to us by the Buddha. But it does not matter whether the Buddhists talk about it or not. It happened. It's not an invention of the Buddha. It's a universal truth which is uttered by the Buddha and reminding us that we should watch these things, we should understand emptiness. Because we have been ignorantly believing in inherent substance, permanence of things. We don't know the causation of things. We have to study what sunyata means. So next time we're going to research, we're going to talk about into sunyata in the Chinese language is kong, emptiness, voidness. You really have to understand sunyata in very much detail before you understand what the Buddhist teaching is all about. The Heart Sutra is a very short sutra, but it contains a lot of philosophy about prajna. And last time we were talking on the 2nd line of the sutra. The 2nd line of the sutra is when Avaloki Tisvara Bodhisattva, practicing the profound prajna paramita, perceived that the 5 skandhas are empty. This is the sentence that we've been talking about. Let me repeat this sentence again. That when Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, we already explained what is Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, practicing the profound prajna paramita, we already explained what profundity means and what prajna paramita means. Perceived that the 5 skandhas are empty. We already have explained the meaning of perception, the meaning of perceiving, the meaning of contemplation, the mental contemplation. Perceive that the 5 skandhas are empty. We already have explained the 5 skandhas. But just to have a review, because that's a very important sentence. Of course, in the later sentences, there's still a lot more to regurgitate, to expound on the philosophy of the 5 skandhas. When we are studying a sutra, we are actually studying the self. Now, it's very important that we ask ourselves, Who am I? Where do I come from? Where would I go? Why am I living in this world? You have to venture into the spiritual odyssey of the self, because that's where emotional afflictions come from. That's where the problems come from. So we have to study the problem at its roots. So we have to study the self. And what is this body made up of? You and I. We, every individual, is an entity made up of the 5 skandhas. The body and the mind. When we talk about a body, we're talking about our 5 senses, our body organs, which contains the 36 parts. The liver, the spleen, the skin, the bone, everything, we already have classified it. That's the material part, that's the body part. This is an apartment, a body apartment in which we have to keep it going. But other than the body, we also have the mind. The mind and the body makes up of the self. And the body is perception, conceptualization, volition, and consciousness. Rupa, that is the material part, the body part, and then we also have the spiritual part, which is Vedanta, Samjna, Samskara, and Vijna. In common English, we have feelings and sensations, conceptualizations and thinking. Volitional is carrying out into action and into speech, and consciousness, which is a conglomeration of all the spirituality of ourselves, the mentality. And all these, we need explanation. We already have touched on it. In the next sentence, we say, we perceive that the body and the mind, which is the 5 skandhas, are empty. In Buddhism, we always say emptiness, void. In the Sanskrit language, in the Buddhist language, is sunyata. What do you mean by empty? Everything is empty, everything is void, everything is nothingness. But does emptiness really mean nothingness? We already have talked a lot about it, but let's get into more in this session for another 5 minutes or so. What is emptiness? We say everything is empty. What is emptiness? Emptiness, when we study emptiness, it does not mean that emptiness in the common English language is voidness, nothing inside it. It's not just nothingness. We have everything. How can you say empty? So what is the meaning? What is the meaning of actual spiritual, philosophical meaning of empty? We say we perceive that as empty. It exists, we perceive that as empty. Emptiness is a very broad subject in the Buddhist philosophy. And it requires a lot of time and practice and contemplation to understand it. But just for the purpose of an initial understanding, when we perceive what is empty, why don't we perceive from 2 perspectives? Emptiness from the perspective of time, emptiness from the perspectives of space, right? The whole world is nothing but time and space. When we talk about time, what do we have? We have the past, the present, and the future. Nothing else. The past, the present, and the future. There's time. We say the past is empty, the future is empty, and even the present is empty. Why do we say that? It's easy to understand the past is empty. When we say empty, that means, can you get it back? Can you get the past back? In your past history, say for example, you've gone through an abusive childhood. You've gone through a lot of miserable circumstances. You have a lot of suffering. A lot of people have a lot of suffering. You have happiness. You have delightfulness sometimes. But whatever the past is past, you can't get it back. You can't stay in the past. There are people who get involved and stay in the past and always reminiscent of the bad past, and they bury themselves in a wave of depression. They always think how abusive they have gone through, how they've been abused, how they've gone through painful circumstances. They always dwell into it, and that leads them to suffering. But the past is gone. However you suffer, what kind of happiness you have, it does not matter, because you can't get it back. It's gone already. Why do you still dwell into it? But we always get back to the past. The past is gone. How about the future? The future hasn't come. Why do you worry about it? You bury yourself in a depressive past, and you also dwell into a worrying future. It hasn't come yet, but you always worry about it. And how about the present? There's no such thing as present, because every minute take away. 1 minute ago I was talking about this, but it's gone. 1 minute ago I didn't hear the bell goes, dong dong, but it's gone. 1 minute ago, that guy scolded me. He said I was foolish. He humiliated me with that sentence. And that happened about 1 minute ago. But it still stayed. I want it to stay in my mind. I want it to stay in my ears so that I can dwell onto it. I want it to stay. The minute that sentence is already gone, but I want it to stay in my mind, and I dwell into it, I ponder into it, I get mad, I felt humiliated, and I feel that I got the revenge. I got to do some bad things about it. I got to get even with that guy. I want to hit him. I want to do something about it. Because you're still dwelling into something that is already gone. That's suffering, that tortures us. Something is already gone. That sentence, it has no material, it has no essence, no substance to it. But you still dwell into it, pondering about it. You're bringing suffering to yourself. Not that sentence. The language has no guilt. The guilt is in your mind. That object is not guilty. It's your mind that brings you the guilt. Isn't that stupidity? You dwell into it. The Buddhists have thrown it away. It is something that you shouldn't be dwelling in. Forgive it. Let it go. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, in a very common English language, it's the Bodhisattva of compassion. What we have just chanted, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, is actually the linkage mantra between Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva and your mind, and you, and us. So that's the frequency. This Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, the saint of compassion, or Bodhisattva of compassion. Some people call Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva the Buddha of compassion. If you don't know that image, that stature, it's the one that with many, many hands. When you come to the temple, you see a big statue where there's so many hands in it. Why are there so many hands? Whoever chanting it, the hand is rendered to that person. The helping hand is rendered to that person, and there's an eye in every hand. When you leave this temple today, take a look at the statue outside. There's an eye in every hand. Eyes symbolize wisdom. Whoever is exercising compassion, anybody, you got to use your wisdom. Wisdom is very important. So with wisdom, with helping hand, you render it to all sentient beings who are always chanting Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So you're linking. You have that cell phone in you. That cell phone is your mind. And you already have that frequency, that universal grand station where it is receiving your frequency all the time, 24 hours, non-stop. How many times you chant every day? Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. As much as possible. Link it up as much as possible. At least 108 times. 108 times, maybe only about 5 minutes. When you link up to that grand universal compassion station, not only do you have that compassion, you render the compassion outside. But your mind, what happened to our mind? Just as a wave disturbs the stillness of the ocean, every wave disturbs the stillness of the peaceful ocean. Every thought in us disturbs the stillness and originality of our mind. Be it good thought, bad thought, neutral thought. It disturbs the originality of the mind and the stillness of the mind. When you are chanting, you return to that originality, the stillness. You return to the stillness, the tranquility, the peacefulness of that mind. Nothing to do with blind worshiping. Throw away that word, worshiping. It's not about worshiping. It's about returning to your originality, returning to yourself, getting back to that value in you. Empty, perceive that the five skandhas are empty. The five skandhas is we, our body and mind, and then every individual has that five skandhas. How come we call our body and mind are empty? What's the definition of emptiness? So what's the meaning of emptiness? In the Sanskrit language, it's called sunyata. Sunyata. In the Chinese language, we call it kong, K-O-N-G, let's remember. That's the Chinese word for it. Kong. Kong means empty, without substantiality. What is emptiness? We say, everything is empty. Let it go. It's empty. Don't attach to it. What's the meaning of empty? Every individual is nothing but the body and mind. The body is material. Your skin, your bone, your lung, your liver, everything about you, make up of that body, and your mind too. You don't only have a body, you also have a mind. That's the simple, single universe of you. But the whole universe is also material and spiritual. So if we think everything, it includes not just material, it's spiritual too. So every material element, every mental elements are characterized by causation. It does not mean that things do not exist, but rather they are nothing besides appearances. In other words, everything has a cause. Everything coming into being have different causes put together. Why are you here today? Not because of no reason. The remote cause, the most intermediate cause, and the helping causes that make your presence here. What are the helping causes? Forget about the remote causes. What are the helping that help you to come up to here? Your car. If in the morning you ignite your car and the car doesn't go, then you can't come here. So your car is one of the many helping causes that makes your presence here accomplished. And there's a road too that need you come here. So how many causes are there together? Immeasurable causes. That is the helping cause. How about the important causes? You have that willingness to come here. You germinate that causes that you want to know something about the Buddha's teaching. You want to know something about meditation. You want to know something about the peacefulness of mind. And you know that happiness cannot be derived from material. Happiness is from peace of mind and not from luxuries and material, certainly not from fame, wealth, and all that. It's from the mind. So the fact that you're coming in here, just that little single fact that your presence here is because of causation. No objection. Nobody should object to that thesis. Everything comes because of causation. The fact that you are born is because of causation. What are the closest cause for you being born? A man and a woman comes together to have an intimate relationship, and the sperm and the ovary fuse together, and boom, you're there in the mom's body. And at the same time, your alaya consciousness zooms up into that embryo, and you becomes what you are in there. There's so many causes that make your presence here today, when you trace it, it's immeasurable causes. Every cause is because of a thought. There's no cause without thought. So you know how important your thought is? Every thought, when you habituate it all the time, becomes your character, your personality. your destiny is determined by your character, your personality. I haven't seen a lazy person become successful. I haven't seen any students who didn't study, who always messed up with examinations and get an A. So there's all causes put together. I don't have to go any further. But what do we learn from this? It's easy to say, oh, because of causes, because of causes. What do we learn from this? It's very important. Don't just listen without reasoning. What lesson you learn just by the Buddha saying causation? Watch your cause. Watch your thought. If you germinate this bad, evil thought, it leads to a bad, evil result. If you germinate this thought of diligence, helpfulness, it comes to be a good cause, good effect. So watch your thought. Purify your mind. You know why we have to purify our mind? We watch every thought. And then what do? All things are non-self, as for Bhava, they do not have true reality. That means we are what we are today is because of causes put together. Why do we attach our body? Because we think that our body is substantial, our body is permanent, our body is the most valuable, our body is I have an ego. You always have to say I and ego. But don't you know that this I and ego is nothing but causation put together? You don't have a real self because you are a conglomeration of causes put together. Of course, you have that consciousness in you, which stands for eternity in some teaching. You have that eternity, you, but other than that, everything is causes put together. You don't have a self. And you keep on rotating your body. You change from one body to the next in your reincarnations. And we've been doing that for many, many reincarnations. And what drives us to reincarnate? God? No, not God. Who? Who is the force behind your reincarnation? Huh? Your own karma. You are your own master. What you have done, every thought that you have done, which carry out the action, determine your fate, determine where you go. The thought of killing someone will lead you to being caught, will lead you to jail. If jail is the effect, what is the cause? The idea of killing. Watch your mind, your own mind. So we actually don't have a real, true reality in us, but we attach to that reality. We don't let it go, and that's what we call ego. We have a strong ego, and that puts us to a lot of suffering, that renders us to a lot of human emotional afflictions. Next, all things are impermanent. There's nothing stays. Nothing stays. Not even your body. You live up to 100 years, you died. At the most. 100, 105, 110. Nothing is impermanent. But we don't think that way. We always habitually think of permanence. We're always habitually thinking of staying, and staying. Even every word. I always like to give you an example. Somebody scolded you, say bad things about you, bad language about you, and listen. You listen, those sentences of foul sentences have no substantiality. Once those words are uttered, they don't stay, they're gone. Because words are invisible, they're gone. My sentences of scolding and criticizing, once I utter it, the words are gone. They don't stay. But you want them to stay in your mind. How come this guy scolded me? How come this guy said this bad languages towards me? He hurts me. It stays in your mind. You believe that it will stay and you want it to stay. And that torture yourself because you want those sentences to stay. But those sentences are not substantial. Those sentences are causation. Those sentences are impermanent. But you want it to be permanent and you don't realize it. You want this word to stay.
for days, for months, for years, until it stays and affect all of you. You believe in staying, you believe in permanence. You're confronted with everything that is impermanent, but you want it to be permanent, and you don't even know about it. You habitually think that way. Next time when somebody scolded you, let it go. Next, because of impermanence, the individuals experience suffering. This is a sutra that we've been talking on, and we have finished the first 4 lines. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when practicing the profound prajna paramita, perceived that the 5 skandhas are empty, and thereby became free from all suffering, because we have been attaching to the 5 skandhas. That's the reason why we have gone through all this suffering. For those who are here for the first time, you probably don't know what the 5 skandhas are. The 5 skandhas is you, is me. Every individual, every being, every sentient being is nothing but the 5 skandhas, which is a combination of the body and the mind. Who am I? In studying the Buddhist teaching, it's very important to know, who am I? Where did I come from? Why was I born? And where would I go after I died? So the Buddhist teaching is not just about a faith that you believe in. It's about yourself. It's about how to lead a happy life, not just for yourself, for all individuals surrounding you, relative to you, and not just about the present life. It's about how to deal with death and deal with the life thereafter if you haven't gone into nirvana. And what is nirvana? Of course, you have to know more about it. The 5 skandhas is worth repeating. Who am I? Who are you? If somebody asks you spiritually, who am I? We are nothing but the body, number 1, rupa in the Sanskrit language, and the mind. The mind is 2, 3, 4, and 5. Vedana, samjna, samskara, vijnana. Don't worry about this, what seem to be some profound terminology. They are Sanskrit, and they're nothing but, in the common English language, your sensations, your feelings, your 6 sense organs, your ear, your eyes, your nose, your tongue, your body and mind in contact with the form, sound, smell, taste, touch, and objects of mind. That means your interaction with the outside world through your senses. The third one is samjna, which is after you have perceptions, you have conceptualization. You conceptualize everything. And then you think about everything. You flash back, you have your intention, you create analysis, you create discrimination in your mind. And all the mentality system, which is your consciousness, what happened to it? Where does it store? And how did it get into this life or previous life or next life? All this is about your mentality, your spirituality. A person is nothing but body and mind. We've been attaching to the body and mind. So these are the 5 skandhas, and we already have analyzed it for weeks. I'm just giving you a brief review on what we've been talking about for weeks on every one of this title, every one of this meaning. Last time we said, what is emptiness? We say, something is empty. Don't attach to it. Let it go. Don't let it affect you. It's empty anyway. In the Buddhist terminology, emptiness is sunyata. In the Chinese language, it's translated as kong. On the beam of a monastery, it's always said, you're entering into an empty door. So why is it always called empty? And what is the concept of emptiness? That's the concept in the Sanskrit language of sunyata, and we've been talking that everything in the world is no inherent existence of everything. Everything is relative. When we talk about everything is relative, what do we mean? Some people just say, relative, I'm rich, you're poor, so we're relative. I'm tall, you're short. I like him, I don't like you, I hate you, I love you. That's relative. That's not the meaning, the true meaning of relative. And we're not talking about the meaning attached to scientific discovery of relativity too. We're talking about what is relative. Relative is, according to the Buddhist teaching, everything is dependent on other things. None has this inherent existence without depending on other conditions. In other words, we exist because of conditions. Without cause, there's no effect. So we sometimes talk about it in terms of causality. So we always say everything is causative. And there's almost no disagreement on this point, because how can anything come out without a reason? There must be. The fact that you're here is with a reason. Everything has a reason. Everything has a cause. And when it comes to an effect may be a cause for another effect. So the cause is the effect is the cause. And just for beginners who haven't been here for a long time, who just come for the first time, yes, that's a very high-sounding philosophy. How does it teach me? They're always talking about how does it benefit me. Always talking about me. How does it benefit me? How does it benefit me? Knowing causality. You know how does it benefit you? Just looking from the perspective on a temporal basis. If you know every effect has a cause, you must be very careful with every thought. A positive cause will breed a positive effect. A negative cause would have negative effect. You always sink into inferiority complex all the time, involved in that thought, you will habituate yourself by thinking that way, and it will lead to what? Fatal consequences of you name it. So always be very mindful of your thought. If you want to be successful, you have to cultivate successful causes. So causation, remember, emptiness means relative causation condition, and all things are non-self. That means you don't have an inherent existence. When I say you don't have an inherent existence, is you exist not because you have an inherent right or an inherent nature of existing by yourself. You're dependent on many things. You're depending on your parents coming together for your production. You're depending on your health to keep you going. You're dependent on many things, and none of that thing has an inherent existence. We call it asvabhava in the Sanskrit language, as a non-self. But we always think in a different way. We always think that this is me, I. Because of this, you position yourself in the egoistic I, then you position others in a not-I way, and you bring in all this frustration and conflict and torturing yourself by always have to face this I, not I, benefit me, not benefit you. How does it benefit me? Everything is I, you, me, they, him. It tortures your thinking with conflict and frustration, because you're always working towards that conflict of I and me and ego and you and all that. You have to know nothing has an inherent existence, non-self, and all things are impermanent. Because of causality, conditions come together, it exists. Conditions don't come together or disintegrate, it doesn't exist. Everything changes. Nothing stays the same. A Greek philosopher, Heraclitus, an ancient philosopher, said, you could not step in the same river twice. In other words, you're stepping on that river, you take your foot up, and you step another time on the same river. It's not the same river anymore. It's flowing, changing and changing. Nothing stays, but in our mind, we always think everything stays. Because that is a fictitious phenomena telling you or confirming yourself in your mistaken belief that everything stays. Because you believe in everything stays, it creates a lot of torturing for you, a lot of conflict for you, a lot of frustration for you. I always give the example, if somebody scolded you with dirty words, ugly words, those words already disappear in the air, but it still stays in your ears, stays in your heart, stays in your mind, and you agonize on it. And you want to revenge, you want to do everything you want to get back, quote unquote, egoistic self-respect. Because you believe in that sentence to stay all the time. But that sentence is gone, non-staying, nothing stays. Next, because of impermanence, the individual experiences suffering. We experience suffering because in this world, nothing is permanent, everything is changing, but we don't recognize it, of course. We have to learn to recognize it, though. Why are we meditating? Because when we're faced with the reality, we're being led away. We're being led away by all these environmentals, outside objects that we think it is permanent. We may think when we believe in a philosophy, but then every act you do, every thought is acting on the basis of looking for staying, looking for permanence, looking for inherent existence, looking for self-benevolence. So we're meditating. One of the many reasons why we're meditating is we're training our mind to think in those terms. Learn to focus on these terms. Don't be led away by objects. Don't be led away by outer surroundings. Don't be led away by words of scolding. Don't be led away by quote-unquote beautiful things that arouse your sensuous feelings. Don't be led away by pleasant feeling, unpleasant feeling, anger, hatred, jealousy, disappointment, depression, inferiority complex, superiority complex. Because you're being led away to think in your habitual thinking. You don't know these things. You know them when I'm talking. You know them when you're reading. You know them when you take a course of philosophy. But when you act, when you speak, you're not reacting with that kind of understanding in your mind. It happens not just to you, to me, to everybody. That's why we are always faced with frustrations and suffering. And when we deal with causation, we're always dealing with not just the horizontal dimensions, which is things. Things we see, things we hear, things we touch, not just horizontally with space. We're also dealing with vertically with time. When we're dealing with time, we're dealing with the past, the present, and the future. We always attach to the past, worry about the future, and attach to the present. And even that is causality. Nothing stays. Your past is gone, not anymore. Your future hasn't come. Your present takes in every second that's passed. As Heraclitus said, your footstep into the same stream. When you take it out and do another step, it's not the same anymore. So, cause and effect is the law of causation. If there's a cause, there must be an effect, and vice versa. All dharmas, or everything, all dharmas and everything, arise, abide, change, and cease according to the law of cause and effect. Each cause and conditions has three moral qualities: goodness, evil, and neutral. And unfortunately, we're always breeding evil thoughts, evil feelings, and you don't know about it. We don't know about it. All phenomena arise because of the mutual relationship of countless causes. In the Sanskrit language, we call hetu, and conditions. In the Sanskrit language, we call it pratyaya. When we talk about causes, causes are direct and conditions are indirect. In between cause and an effect, there are conditions. Some conditions are maturing, some conditions are paving their way for maturity. So whether a cause would be successful, come out as an effect, depends on the conditions. And if they are good causes, you got to cultivate good maturity for conditions. You know how some people become successful? Because they have this cause and they want to cultivate all kinds of conditions to speed up, to expedite it into an effect. So if you have the cause, if you have a determined mind that you want to get an A+ in examination, you already have that determination. That's the direct cause in you. But you still have to study hard. You still have to read your textbook. You still have to do your attend your lecturings. You still have to make a lot of work. You still have to create a studying environment, and those are the conditions. You have to cultivate those conditions. For failure people, they don't cultivate those conditions. They just have that determination, but they never work towards it. They never open up conditions. They never plow the land. They never fertilize the land. How can they have any fruits? So you really have to build up all these maturing conditions, and if they're not mature, working your conditions towards maturity until you have that effect. So in the true Buddhist mind, there's nothing that you cannot do. Whatever the mind can conceive, the mind can do, the mind can carry out. Positive thinking, you can always improve. You can always become better and better and better. It's just you yourself give hindrances to your maturity of the conditions. Every sentient being can become the Buddha. The Buddha said there are millions of Buddhas already. In the future there will be millions of Buddhas too. You have that Buddha nature in you. You have that pearl in you that has been covered up by dust and dirt. This dust and dirt, your mental afflictions, your jealousy, your hatred, your karmic energies, all cover your internally brilliant pearl. And when you eradicate all this dust and dirt, clean it, year after year, life after life, one day it's all shining. It all comes out. And that's why there was a monk who attained enlightenment. He uttered a poem. He said, I have a pearl inside of me. It has been covered up by dust and dirt for millions of years. Now it's all revealed. The brightness is one brightness. No more dust and dirt. I've gotten into nirvana. I've become the Buddha. So you become the Buddha. You have that ability. But you don't recognize it. Even if you recognize it, you're not working towards it. You still hang on to fame, reputation, jealousy, hatred, ego. And sometimes we always think, oh, those who have high knowledge, PhD, those who can think very properly, those who can think very philosophically, would they become the Buddha? Knowledge is acquired. Wisdom is from the eradication of the dust and dirt. So in other words, scientists may not have any wisdom at all. He may have created an atomic bomb just to kill his enemies. And for people who can collect, in some country, can collect all the dirty oil together, industrial oil together, and refine it into domestic use oil, they must be highly efficient and knowledgeable in chemistry. But what did they create? They create oil that is refined from industrial oil, throwaway oil, and refined in domestic oil, and they make billions and billions of dollars out of it. They must be highly intelligent. But they have no wisdom. They are killing the health of all sentient beings. And how about people who manufacture powder for the babies? They kill the babies. Those people have a lot of high level, chemistry level, to do something like that. Hitler has very high knowledge in regimentation, in maintaining armies, in speaking, in presentation, in writing. But how many Jews he killed? 6 million Jews, not to say all the others non-Jews. He didn't have wisdom. He had the knowledge, but he didn't have wisdom. So don't think about, oh, I'm just a high school kid. I'm just a high school, but you can still work towards the perfect wisdom. That's what we call prajna. Prajna. When we're talking about suffering, because when we know the 5 skandhas, when we work on our 5 skandhas, our body and mind, and we come to a nirvana level, what's the effect of it? The effect of it will be away from suffering. What kind of sufferings we have? A lot of people are living in suffering and they don't even realize they are suffering. Because they only react with emotions to the suffering. When they suffer, they just cry. They just become mad. They just become disgruntled. They blame the whole world for their suffering. They blame their mom and dad, they blame the family, the teachers. They don't blame themselves. They don't realize suffering. The Buddhist philosophy, the Buddhist teaching says, the first lesson is to realize what kind of suffering sentient beings go through. And these are some macro level of analysis. In other words, there are a lot of minute sufferings that we haven't talked about. These are the broad categories of suffering. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, sickness is suffering, death is suffering. How about separated from things, persons that one loves? Your granddad, your grandparents passed away and you're grief-stricken. Separation from things and persons that you love, you cling to, you're attached to, is a kind of suffering. To live with hated ones is just the opposite. Insatiable desire, you always have unfulfilled wish in your mind. You have all the money that you want, you don't have good health, and you always want to looking for help and you don't have it. You have health, you don't have money, you're always poor. So you always have insatiable desire that you cannot fulfill, and that's torturing yourself because you can't let go of that. Last but not least, suffering due to the 5 skandhas. This is a broad categories. You have a body, you have suffering. You have this thought that hinders you from going into enlightenment, that is suffering. We haven't even mentioned, this is just to an individual suffering internally. We haven't really mentioned other sufferings too. Suffering arising from wars, suffering arising from starvation, too many sufferings. Sometimes if you really want to be more philosophical, sit down and write for yourself a list of human sufferings. We haven't even mentioned other suffering, sufferings of the animals, and how animals suffer because of you, because of your killing, your slaughtering. All other sentient beings are suffering too. We're always talking about homicide, but how about killing animals, slaughtering animals? Killing animals for their skin, for their bones, for the leather, for hair. That's why we're involved with karmic energy that is so bad that we will go through all kinds of natural disasters, sufferings. Before we study the Buddhist teaching, we should know that we are in a world of suffering. Sometimes we're happy, but we're also in the world of suffering. We have gone through all those kind of sufferings that we have realized, experienced in this world. Basically, practically in daily life, there are 8 kinds of suffering that we have mentioned. So now we start with the next line. Oh, Sariputra. What's the meaning of Sariputra? This is a sutra when the Buddha was lecturing, talking to a group of people. The Buddha was introducing the concept of emptiness, how Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva practiced the concept of consciousness, the practice of visualizing consciousness to arrive at the truth. So the Buddha, Sakyamuni, when he was lecturing, he was addressing, oh, Sariputra, this is what it is. This is about emptiness. This is about the philosophy of emptiness. So he was talking to Sariputra. Why not to other disciples and just Sariputra? What's the meaning of Sariputra? Sari is a kind of birds with pretty eyes. Sariputra is a Sanskrit word. And Putra means the son. So Sariputra means the son of pretty eyes bird. Why the son of pretty eyes bird? Sariputra is the disciple of Buddha Sakyamuni. He was regarded as one of the 10 great disciples whose knowledge of prajna is the most profound. In other words, Sariputra specializes in the research and investigation and the exposition of emptiness, of prajna. Sariputra's mom, who gave birth to Sariputra, had very pretty eyes. His mom had very pretty eyes, like the eyes of pretty bird's eyes. Sari is a kind of bird with very pretty eyes, and everybody addressed Sariputra's mom as Sari, the pretty eyed woman. So Sariputra was given birth by a pretty eyed woman, so they call Sariputra the son. Putra means the son of pretty eyed bird. So that's the reason why it's called Sariputra. And Sariputra was the most profound in understanding prajna. So that's the reason why Buddha Sakyamuni addressed, oh Sariputra, this is what prajna is all about. The next is, form is not other than emptiness. Emptiness is not other than form. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. What does it mean? What does it mean by empty? What does it mean by form? Form, rupa in the Sanskrit language, is one of the 5 skandhas. And if we analyze form very crudely, without going into details, form is made up of the 5 elements: the earth, the fluid, the heat, movement, and space, the crucial, essential elements of material. And of course, all material is made up of elements, and elements can be broken further down into many, many things, but basically it's earth, which means hotness. All material has obstructions. So earth, hotness, it obstructs you because of its hotness. Fluid, liquid. Liquid is also material. It's a combination of H2O, hydrogen and oxygen. Material has heat in it, has temperature, it's like our body. Movement, everything in your body must move. There's a movement in the body. The air movement. And the air movement has space in it, that's why it moves. So all material has this 5 very crucial elements in it. That's why we call it material. So you know how the Buddha analyzed material? You see, for first-time comers, you should know that the Buddha's teaching is not about worship me, I'm the Buddha, I can take you to nirvana, I can take you to heaven. No, the Buddha said, learn the world, learn the earth, learn the cosmos, learn about yourself, learn about your body, learn about your mind. It's about an understanding of yourself. It's not about the faith in the Buddha, it's about yourself. Form arises from depending on causes and conditions. That's why we say form is not other than emptiness. Form is never apart from the truth of emptiness. Then what is emptiness? We're going to know about emptiness, which we already have explained, but we'll explain a little bit further. Emptiness means what? Empty of what? Emptiness because of everything is conditional causation. Everything is because of causes put together. The existence of a thing is because of conditional causation, the existence of all these dependent causes. Just an example, I'm a form, I'm a body. I'm a body, and I don't have independent existence. My body exists because of all causes mature and put together. The many, many causes, the main cause, secondary cause, the primary cause, secondary causes, and their conditions. My mom and dad came together and produced me, and I exist because of health, because of water, because of air, because of everything. So my existence is dependent on many things. That means I'm empty. I'm empty of what? What is the opposite of empty? Full. So when I have a cup, and I have a cup of water, I pour out all the water, this cup is empty of what? Empty of water. But is this cup really empty? When you empty it of water, it is still full of air. So when you talk about emptiness, it's an illusion. It's empty of water, but it's empty not just of water. It's empty. Why? Because it does not have an inherent, independent existence. Our body is not independently exist. It's not independently created. It's based on many things. It's dependent arising. So this self, this ego that you've been saying, I, myself, I am me, I'm John, I'm Jack, I'm Mary, you don't have an independent existence. Because you're a dependent arising. You have no self. But our illusion is we have a self. This is myself. I got to protect myself. This is mine, this is yours. So this self actually is selfless, but you don't regard it. You want to protect it. You want to protect it even at the expense of hurting others. In the Sanskrit language is asvabhava, without its essence. And also one more concept is form is impermanent. It does not even have a permanent existence. Not just your body. Everything is impermanent. We know that. A primary school kid would know impermanence. We know from very young age that we're going to die. Nothing stays. But inherently, because you think you have a self, you want everything to stay. You act as if everything stays. You want your house to stay, you want your asset to stay, you want your wife to stay, you want everything to be the same. You want no changes. Unless you are poor, you want to change to be rich. You know that everything is impermanent, but you act as if everything stays, everything is permanent, and that gives a lot of suffering. That tortures you in the process of continuation of your life. That tortures you, that gives you a lot of suffering. Why in the Sutra it introduced the negative aspect of not different from, and then the Sutra introduced the concept of is. First of all is, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. That is a negation. It's a negation. And then in the third line you say, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Why all of a sudden you have affirmation? You have negation and then you have affirmation. This sutra is logical and has a lot of wisdom in it. It explains by negation first, and then it explains by affirmation. It takes two perspectives to look at a thing. Look at it from a negative aspect and look at it from a positive aspect. That's how you comprehensively look at it. You don't just look at it from a negation point of view, you also look at it from an affirmative point of view. That's more comprehensive. Okay? So form refers to all phenomena. When we talk about form, sound is also regarded as form. It's a phenomenon. Everything you can think of is a phenomena. It's regarded as a form in this case. Not other than means not different from or not apart from. Empty of what? Empty of independent existence. Empty of a real truth which you believe to be an inherent self. You. You want to be you. Everything comes into being due to conditional causation. Now that is what emptiness is all about. It's empty because its causes come together. It itself does not have an independent existence, and we attach that terminology and call it empty. In the Sanskrit language, it's called sunyata. You got to call it something, philosophy or concept or truth. You got to call it something and translate it in the common English language as empty. It does not mean non-existent. My body is empty. It does not mean my body does not exist. It exists, truly exists, but it exists void of an inherent independent existence. It exists, okay, but it's impermanent. It's dependent arising. It does not have a dependent self. That's the definition. That's the meaning of emptiness. I can carry on, but why don't we pause and think about something else? How does this help me? People like to say, how does this concept benefit me? I'm coming here to see what I can gain, how much I'll be interested in. I want to get something. Every trip I come, I want to get something. I want to benefit myself. Self, 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 right? That's what you're talking about. Why don't you think about it? I carry on giving you the information, and you think about it. We talk about everything comes into being due to conditional causation. You sitting here because of certain conditions that contribute to your presence in here. You sitting here because there are causes that lead you to come here. You don't come here without a reason, without a cause, without a condition. Your car broke down on the road, you can't come. Okay? If you're sick, you can't come. If you're biased and think, I don't want to go to a temple. Why should I go to a temple on a rainy day? You can't come. There are many conditions that impede you from coming, and there are also many conditions that encourage you to come. And in this case, the encouragement works more than the impediment. That's the reason why you come. So there are conditions. So if we further analyze it, we look at everything from two perspectives, by negation to by affirmation. That's not enough. It's from the angle of yes or no. That's not enough. We want to analyze conditional causation, emptiness, from four perspectives. First one is karma conditional causation. What does it mean? Karma is a Sanskrit word. Under the influence of karma, the conditions of reincarnation arises. Why is there a second life, a third life, a previous life, a present life, a future life? Because we are under the influence of karma. What is karma? We've got to venture into it. You expect to know everything in one sitting? No, not in 10. Maybe not even in 10 years to some people. To some people, maybe a year or two. To some people, not even in this lifetime. Would you understand what the Buddha means? And depends on what kind of karma you have. Depends on what is your conditional causation in your understanding. Everybody's understanding is different. Everybody's conditional causation is not the same. Everybody's face is not the same. Everybody's mind is not the same. Everybody's thought is never the same. Next, alaya conditional causation. What does it mean? It means all things arises from the alaya. What does alaya mean? Alaya is a Sanskrit word meaning consciousness. Everything is perceived through consciousness. So there's nothing without consciousness. Taragata gabba, conditional arising, or buddhadatta, conditional arising. What is buddhadatta? There's a Sanskrit word. It means looking at conditional arising from the concept of eternity. Some people like to look to say, there must be an eternity. There must be a soul. So let's look at it from the perspective of eternity, a soul. Fourth, Dhammadhatu conditional arising. It means the Dhammadhatu is the conditional cause for all phenomena. Everything being dependent on everything else, therefore one is in all is in one. Do you understand what it's talking about? All is in one. One is in all. All is not different from one. One is not different from all. So all is one, one is all. When you look at that, you're looking at conditional arising from the concept, from the perspective of Dhammadhatu. So remember there's four perspectives of looking at emptiness, of looking at conditional causation. Let's just talk about Dhammadhatu arising, conditional arising. Dhamma means all things. A human being is a Dhamma, a tree is a Dhamma, a cloud is a Dhamma, sunshine is Dhamma, rain is Dhamma. Everything that can be conceived of is Dhamma. You've got to define your terms. Everything that your mind can think of, we call it a Dhamma. That's how we make the argument. That's how we carry on the elaboration of our thinking. So when we say all Dhamma are marked with emptiness, we are saying everything has emptiness as its own nature. It means nothing can be born, nothing can die. What is the literal meaning of being born? Being born is out of nothing, boom, becomes something. How can it happen that out of nothing, boom, becomes something? And dying, that means something will be destroyed forever. But nothing will be destroyed. Why? We have to go further to understand this. If a thing is not empty, it cannot be there. If there is no conditional causation, nothing exists. So thanks to emptiness, everything exists. Form is not other than emptiness, because in form we find feelings, perception, conceptualization, volition, and consciousness. Emptiness makes everything comes into being. Emptiness is full of everything, full of life. To be empty does not mean non-existent. Emptiness is empty of independent existence, because everything is dependent arising. Because of emptiness, all conditions may come, and all conditions may fail. Because of coming and going and coming and going, everything exists. So thank you very much, emptiness. Because of you, everything exists. Because of you, life is lively and active. Because of you, there are changes. Because of you, poor can change to be better, to be rich, and of course rich can be poor. Because of changes, we have hope. Because of emptiness, we have hope. It's just the opposite from what people think. Everything is empty. Oh, I'm hopeless. You don't understand emptiness. You're helpless in your conceptualization because you don't understand it properly. The whole universe is empty, but it is full. You will live a life that is full. You walk every highway. You climb every mountain, cross every stream. How active, how full, because there's a stream to cross, a mountain to climb, a highway to drive. All these changes make the whole world come true. I intend to talk about a lot more, but I can only finish 1% of what I want to say. And now they say, lunch, lunch, lunch. And that reminds me of the emptiness of my stomach, which has to be full. So maybe the chance of a sound of the bell going gives me hope in filling the emptiness of my stomach. So let's get to the cafeteria and then ask questions at cafeteria. Now this sutra dated back to 2,600 years ago, translated about 1,600 years ago in China from Sanskrit into Chinese. And now it's being translated into English too. The wisdom of the Buddha can be revealed just by looking at how a sutra is being expounded. These two sentences, form is none other than emptiness, and emptiness is none other than form. In philosophy, there are two ways to elucidate a concept, a philosophical concept. One is by negation, and the other is by affirmation. So you have to view a philosophical concept from both sides, from negation and from affirmation. Negation is something like, this is what you should not do. Don't do this. This is not right. It's a negative method, a negative statement. By making a negative statement, you're actually saying something positive. You should not kill. You should not lie. You should not steal. This is by negation. But on the other hand, if you look at form is emptiness and emptiness is form, it's looking at a philosophical concept from the perspective of affirmation. You are confirming it. So, in other words, when we say, don't do this, don't do that, and then on the other hand you say, you have to do this, you have to do that. So we say, don't steal. don't be greedy. But on the other hand, it says to give, to be compassionate, to give out, to contribute. So, in addition to being passive, don't do this and don't do that, it also suggests not just passive, actively doing something. So it is not enough just to say, I don't want to commit any errors. It's not enough just to say, in class, I want to keep silent, I want to listen, I don't want to yell out in class, I don't smoke in class, I don't put my feet on the desk in class, I don't do these things in class. But on the other hand, I become very courteous, I become very cooperative. So in other words, you are working in both ways. So you see the wisdom of how this sutra is laid out, by negation and by affirmation. When you're saying something, if you're just saying a negative statement, people may not accept you. But if you're also saying some positive statement, you're looking from both sides. So right now, what we are doing is we are saying form is none other than emptiness, and emptiness is none other than form. Actually, it means form is emptiness and emptiness is form. But then it looks at it from a negation point of view. So let's carry on with just this sentence. Form is none other than emptiness. When the Buddha talks about form, he talks about material. He talks about anything you can perceive, not just in the form of something you touch, in the form of sound too, in the form of smell too. So form embraces almost everything that your senses can contact, including objects, sound, fragrance, and so on. So form refers to all phenomena, and no other than means not different from or not apart from, but empty. Empty of what? Empty of independent existence. We have already explained. And in order to analyze form and emptiness, we look at it again from four perspectives. The first one is Dhammadhatu, conditional arising. Because when we talk about emptiness, we have to define what emptiness is. When I have a cup of water, and then I empty it out, I empty that cup, empty of what? Of water, but it still contains air. So empty of what? Empty of inherent existence. Why a certain thing has no inherent existence? Because it's all conditional arising, conditional causation. Everything is conditional causation. As I have explained, the reason why you're coming out here is because of many causes put together that lead to your presence being here. You don't come out with no reason. There are causes to everything. There's cause and effect. In order to explain this, we view it from four perspectives. There's four kinds of conditional arising. There's four kinds of conditional causation. Consider conditional causation from the perspective of Dhammadhatu, which is a Sanskrit word. What does it mean? It means the Dhammadhatu is the conditional cause for all phenomena, everything being dependent on everything else, therefore one is in all and all in one. We always listen to people saying one is all is one, but very, very few people understand what it means. The second one is karma, conditional causation. Under the influence of karma, the condition of reincarnation arises. How come we reincarnate? Where do we come from? How come we get born? How come certain things happen? We consider from the perspective of karma. That's another perspective. The third, alaya, conditional causation. All things arise from the alaya. What is the alaya? Alaya is consciousness. There are 8 consciousnesses in us. The fourth is Tathagata Gabba, or Buddha Tata, conditional arising. What does it mean? It means all things arise from the Tathagata Gabba. All things arises from the concept of eternity. When we study, we always like to say there must be something eternal, returning to the eternity concept. So study emptiness from the perspective of eternity that people like to talk about. How come the Buddha talk about eternity and sometimes talk about impermanence? Isn't it two opposite concepts? You really have to understand it, not just getting vague ideas in your mind. And let us now explore just this, Dhammadhatu. What is Dhammadhatu? When we say empty, we say empty of what? Empty of independent existence of itself. Emptiness does not mean that we don't exist. So when we're meditating, sometimes we say, we're getting into the process of losing. Oh, poor, we're losing. In meditation, we're losing. What are you losing? You're losing your greediness. You're losing your jealousy. You're losing your hatred. You're losing your depression. You like those things. You like to acquire those things. You build up those things. Now in meditation, you're slowly, gradually losing them out, letting go of them. So you learn how to lose. Not many people learn how to lose. They only learn how to gain. They want to gain. They want to acquire more. Who would be thinking of losing things, letting go of things? That's meditation. The concept of losing. To lose, in another way, is to gain. Lose your laziness, you gain intelligence. Lose your greediness, what do you gain? You gain compassion. You gain consideration. So, empty of what? Empty of independent existence of itself. There's a sutra, Avatamsaka, talking about Dhammadhatu. The entire cosmos is in a mustard seed. Each grain of sand contains the whole world. How does this work out? It seems to be opposite in the Chinese languages. 戒己腊须弥一沙一世界，一一围城中，果现无边刹海。刹海之中，复有围城，彼围城内复有刹海，如是重重不可穷尽。I've just uttered some Chinese words. I translated that into English. In order to understand this sentence, how come the entire cosmos, the entire universe is contained in a seed? It's impossible, we said. It's impossible. And how come a grain of sand contains the whole world? How come this happened? I was educated mostly in the Western culture. And I used to read poems. And there's one poem I really like, because that poem really matches what the Buddha was talking about. Have you heard of a British poet called William Blake? Let's talk about William Blake's poem in the 1800s. To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower, whole infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. And some high school students scratch their head and say, what does that mean? After the teacher explained for the day, I still don't understand. How come you can see a world in a grain of sand? And how come you have heaven in a wild flower? In the palm of your hand, you can hold infinity and eternity in an hour. I don't think you will understand what it means unless you really understand what Avatamsaka Sutra says. The entire cosmos is in the seed, and a grain of sand contains the whole world. You have to understand the Buddha's teaching a little bit. So I always suggest to a teacher of English in poem, in literature, you can explain some poems without getting into Buddhist philosophy. William Blake said, to see a world in a grain of sand, that means a grain of sand contains the whole world. A grain of sand comes from rocks, right? The possibilities of that sand being formed has many, many possibilities. One of the many possibilities is it's from a cliff. And then the waves wash ashore and splash onto the rock and splash certain rocks into pieces, and that pieces get washed down to the ocean, and it accumulates in the ocean. And then as the ocean wave works in motion, it pushes and pushes and pushes it ashore and becomes a sand touchable by humans. So it could be just a stream, a waterfall, continuously bounding on certain rocks, causing little bits and pieces of rocks to be shattered and wash it to the ocean. And then you say, right, the stream, or from the ocean, the stream washes it down. And how come a stream contains water? The stream contains water because the sun shines on the water and the water vapor gets up to the sky, and then the sky forms clouds, and the clouds come back as precipitation of this moisture. It gets condensed and heavier, it forms rain, and it drops into the stream. The stream pushes the sand down and puts it on shore and puts it to be touchable by humans. When a grain of sand is formed, what is the causation for it? The Buddha said that causation is boundless, limitless, inconceivable. You can't trace it to the beginning. What's the beginning? There's no beginning. Everything works on causation. What's the beginning? A chicken or an egg? A chicken comes first? If a chicken comes first, you start to think, a chicken comes first, where does that chicken comes from? It's from an egg. So if there is no chicken before the egg, where does the egg come from? Can you give me an answer? Where does the chicken comes from? From the egg or the egg from the chicken? And when you draw a circle, where do you start? The point when you start drawing the circle is the point when you end the circle. So where's the beginning? What is the end? The beginning and the end is only from an illusory time concept. It's a time concept. And that time concept is because we have a concept in our mind. Who created that concept? You, me, the whole universe. Causation creates the concept. So there's no beginning and no end. So then, where does the grain comes from? The grain comes from what refers to the whole world. It comes from the rain, it comes from the rock, it comes from the ocean, it comes from the water vapor, it comes from heat. How come we have rain? We have rain because we have the sun. When the sun radiates on the ocean, the heat gets into the cosmos, and then it radiates to the water, and the water gets heat, and the water vapor rises up, become clouds. And clouds fall down, become precipitation of rain. So how do you trace all these things? Everything is causation. A grain of sand contains that causation. That causation contains causation for the whole world. The fact that you are here today is causation. You could have gone elsewhere. You could have gone to jogging, but how come you're here? Because there's all kinds of causations that drives you here. So the fact that you are here is not a simple causation. It's a causation that makes that happen. How many people in Vancouver today? Oh, many, many, many. But how come we only have a small group and not everybody comes here? Because you have that causation that makes you come here. Your car didn't broke down, you hear about that temple, you want to know something about meditation, and somehow maybe, how come I'm depressive? How come I have all these troubles in my mind? Is there any way to clear my troubles? And I click onto the computer and it says, oh, temple have meditation. Meditation helped me, so I come for meditation. A student listened to the teacher, and the teacher says, you want to get an A, you got to have focus. Focus on your studies. When you want to focus, you have to build up your focus power. Where do you get your powers from? Meditation. Learn meditation. If you can learn meditation, you can get an A because you start to focus more on your studies. So there's so many reasons and so many causations. That grain of sand contains the whole world in it. It contains the 4 seasons. It contains water. It contains heat. It contains material. It contains molecules, protons, electrons, you name them. It contains everything. Every tree, for example, contains what? Contains sensations, contains conceptualizations, contains volitions, contains consciousness. Why? You know how a tree contains consciousness? Not just a tree. Say, a clap of hands. A clap of hands. One clap. What does it contain? It contains feelings. It contains conceptualizations. It contains volitions. It contains consciousness. Why? There's another Japanese poem. The master of the house, a clap of hands, very, very loud. Clap. You know what happened? What happened to the birds? The birds get scared because somebody could be shooting at them. So he's got a sensation of uneasiness to the birds. To the koi fish, it rushes to the water surface, waiting for the masters to put in feeds so that they can eat. Because that master used to be clapping hands to call the koi in the koi pond. So a clap of hands, the birds get scared, the koi gets happy. Happiness and scaring feeling. Are those sensations? Conceptualization. What happened if the master clapped the hands? The maids are preparing for the tea for the guests. Because you thought that the masters want to entertain the guests. So the maids in the house preparing tea. It's the same clap of hands, but it creates different sensations and different conceptualizations. The birds conceptualize this as an attack. The koi conceptualize it as consideration from the masters. The maid conceptualizes it as preparing tea. And what did the master conceptualize? Depends on the situation when he was clapping hands. So everything affects everything, causation. How does it help me? You have to build conditions for causation. How does causation help a student? The student knows that he has to work hard to build up conditions to have something come true. Your whole infinity is in your hands. Your fate, your destiny is in your hand, not in God, in your own hands.